Chapter 27 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sara Oakley. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. Chapter 27. Gertrude Ingraham was still unmarried, still pretty, still charming in her dainty, high-bred way. Perhaps the thought crossed Keith Burgess's mind as he joined her in her father's library that evening after the return of Gregory's lecture, that she would have been, as a wife, a shade less exigent than Anna. Anna, shrinking from the small coin of discussion of so great themes, had gone directly to the room which had been Keith's on his very first day to Burlington. Keith remained in the library to accept the refreshment which Gertrude had prepared for their return, and found the situation altogether pleasing. It was a rest to a sensitive, nervous man like himself to sit down with the pretty woman who had no startling theories of life and conduct, one who had always moved and who would always choose to move, on the comfortable lines of convention, instead of seeking some other path for herself, rough and lonely. Perhaps Keith lingered all the more willingly tonight because he perceived a rough and lonely path opening visibly before him, into which he must in all probability turn full soon. "What did you think of Mr. Gregory?" asked Gertrude Ingraham over her teacups. "He is a tremendous speaker," said Keith soberly. "I never heard a man who could mold an audience to his as well as he does." "You were not there tonight." "No, but I heard him before you and Miss Burgess came, night before last. I think he has the finest physique of any orator I've ever heard. Don't you think that is one source of his power? There is something absolutely majestic about him when he is speaking. He seems to overpower you. You must agree with him, whether you do or not. Then do you accept this new doctrine of his, Miss Ingraham? You mean that there should be no social distinctions, no aristocrats and privileged class, no wealth and no poverty and all that? I do not know what he said tonight, you see, but there's a line on which he has been speaking." "Yes, that is what it all comes to." "Why, no, of course, I don't believe in it. When I get away from Mr. Gregory," said Gertrude, laughing prettily, "because I really think he is going against the fundamental law of God. There have always been rich people and poor people, and it was intended that there always should be, I think." "It does seem absolutely impractical to carry out any such theory in actual life. Certainly, it would be under existing conditions. It can only be done by radical, by revolutionary methods. Have you heard what Mr. Gregory is actually doing to illustrate his theory? Have you heard of the Fraternia?" Gertrude Ingraham lifted her chin with a roguish little movement and nodded with a charming smile. "Yes, I have heard of Fraternia too. Isn't it droll? This is why I didn't go tonight, you see. I was afraid Mr. Gregory would get a hold of me with that irresistible power of his, and then I should have to go and work in a cotton mill." And with this, Gertrude lifted her eyebrows with an expression of plaintive self-pity, which Keith found very taking. "I'm afraid I shouldn't like it," she added archly. "It would be so new, and one's hand would get so horrid." They laughed together, Keith naturally noting the delicacy of the small white hands which were manipulating the transparent china on the low table between them. Then Mrs. Ingraham and others coming into the room after them, Keith rose with graceful courtesy to serve them, and to draw them into conversation. But all the while Keith had a sense that he was turning against himself the sharpest weapon which would have been found, nothing being so instinctively dreaded by him as to put himself in an absurd situation, to awaken ridicule, even his own. Just below the surface of this thought there lay two formidable facts, like sunk, threatening rocks seen darkly under smooth water. He knew that Anna would propose to him that they should throw themselves into Gregory's enterprise, and become disciples of the new school, and he knew that having cut off hitherto, involuntary or otherwise, each deepest desire of her soul for the service of others, he should not dare to thwart her in this. If she wished to do this thing, he must join her in it. Keith had himself been deeply moved by Gregory. The old passion for sacrifice and self-devotion had stirred again within him. He felt the high courage, the generosity, and the strong initiative of Gregory. He was thrilled at the sight of a man who could throw himself unreservedly into a difficult and dangerous crusade, simply for an ideal, with all to lose and nothing to gain. He had too once marched to that same music. His blood was stirred, and he felt something of enthusiasm of his student years rising warm within him. He perfectly understood the motions of Anna's spirit and shared in them up to a certain point. This point was reached when he touched the limit set by his inborn and inherited conservatism, his constitutional preferences for things as they were, and his quick dread of making himself absurd. And now, Gertrude Ingraham, with her pretty mocking, had suddenly put the whole thing before him in the light he dreaded most. Anna was not thus divided in her mind, and could not have been. Something of the steadfast simplicity of her ancient German ancestry preserved her from this characteristically American form of sensitiveness. She could have adopted without hesitation any outward forms, however out of the conformity to usage, however grotesque in the eyes of others, if she had felt the inward call. Gregory's stern and lofty utterness had come to her with full prophetic weight, and had left nothing in her to rise up and doubt or gainsaying. In this mood Keith found her. She was standing still, fully dressed, before the chimney-piece, where he had sat one night and dreamed at once of her and Gertrude Ingraham. Her hands were clasped, hanging before her. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes strangely large and luminous. Standing before her, Keith took her clasped hands between his, and looked at her with a questioning smile. "Well, dear," he said, "what is it?" "You know," she answered softly. "What it not to you what it was to me? Is it not the very chance we wish to redeem our poor lost hopes of service, to leave all the luxuries and privileges and advantages and share the world's sorrows, to become poor and humble as our Master was, or to give what we have received? O Keith, it is to be, or must another hope go by?" As Anna thus cried out, the solemn appeal of her nature, austere and yet full charged with noble passion, breaking at last through the barriers which had long held it back, gave her an extraordinary spiritual grandeur. There was something of awe in the look with which her husband regarded her. Weapons of fear and doubt and cavil fell before that celestial sternness in her eyes, a look we see sometimes in the innocent eyes of young children. "It is to be, Anna. You shall have your way this time, my wife." The words were spoken reverently, with grave gentleness and Keith's own sweet courtesy. Was it Anna's fault that she failed, in the exaltation of her mood, to catch the sadness in them? Keith was hardly conscious of it himself. He was thinking, on an unspoken parallel, that he would rather be privileged to adore Anna Malleson in a moment like this, even though she led him in a rough and lonely path, than to dally with another woman in smoothness and ease. End of chapter 27. Recording by Sara Oakley.
Chapter 28 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by normandyw. A Woman of Yesterday by Carolyn Atwater Mason. Chapter 28. I took the power in my hand and went against the world. 'Twas not so much as David had, but I was twice as bold. I aimed my pebble, but myself was all the one that fell. Was it Goliath was too large, or only I too small? Emily Dickinson. We all have that need of that prayer of the Breton mariner. Save us, O God! Thine ocean is so large, and our little boats are so small. Farrar. Trunks checked for Utopia. Direct passenger route without change of cars. Ye gods, it doth amaze me. Thus Professor Ward, with a sardonic and yet discomfited smile, standing in the studio of his friend Pierce Everett, in Fulham. The room was in the disorder of a radical breaking up, packing boxes standing about and litter strewn everywhere. Everett, in his shirt sleeves, was piling on a table a mass of draperies which he had taken from the wall. He was covered with dust, but his face was full of joyous excitement. "Yes, my good friend, straight for Utopia now." "Get on board, chillin'. Get on board, chillin', for there's room for many a more." Everett trolled out the old Negro chorus with hilarious enjoyment. "Cause the days vote perdere," began Ward, grimly. "Oh, we're all mad, you know. We are simply not so mad as the rest of you," interrupted Everett gaily. "We have intervals of sanity, and are taking advantage of one of them to get out of the madhouse, leaving you other fellows to keep up your unprofitable strife with phantoms by yourselves, while we actually, yes, we even dare to believe it, live. Think of that, Ward, if you have the imagination." Ward shook his head. "No, you haven't, that is so. If you had, you could not have listened to Gregory unmoved." "Confound Gregory," muttered Ward. "What did you ever get the man here for, turning our world upside down?" "That has been the occupation of seers and prophets from the beginning, I believe," retorted Everett carelessly. Seers and prophets, cried Ward angrily. That is what I can stand least of all. This posing as a kind of 19th century John the Baptist strikes me as exquisitely ridiculous. Everett's eyes flashed dangerously, but he made no rejoinder. I saw you were John the Baptist this morning in the Central Station, buying his railway ticket and morning paper like any other average man. The locusts and wild honey were not in evidence. No, he doesn't take nourishment habitually in railway stations, put in Everett coolly. I didn't see any leathern girdle about his loins either, although, of course, he may wear it next to the skin for penitential purposes. His clothing appeared to be a species of camel's hair, falsely so called, put in Everett. It is really English tweed, very good quality. Yes, I'll venture to say that is true. Your prophet of the wilderness strikes me as knowing a good thing when he sees it. Plague take the fellow. He has just that sort of brute force and sheer overbearing personal dominance, which you idealists and credulous take for spiritual authority. Come now, Ward, we may as well keep our tempers and treat this matter decently. Nothing is gained by calling names. You are naturally prejudiced against a man who attacks the existing social order and suggests that even the rulers of the synagogue and the great teachers of the schools have something yet to learn. Gregory is radical, revolutionary perhaps, but not a whit more so than the New Testament makes him. He is an absolutely conscientious man. He has given up every personal ambition, wealth, position, all that most men cling to, in order to become a dictator in a field where there is very little competition. Everett suppressed the irritation which this interposition aroused, and continued in a lighter tone. You are enough of a dictator yourself to see this point, which had escaped the rest of us. I can see that it is a little bitter to you to have Mrs. Burgess seeking another spiritual and intellectual adviser, going after gods, as it were. Yes, said Ward, gravely. It makes me sick at heart to see a woman like Mrs. Burgess, with all that glorious power of self-devotion of hers, throwing herself blindly into this wild, quixotic experiment, sure to end in disappointment and defeat. It is mournful, most mournful. And Ward shook his head in melancholy fashion. And when it comes to Keith, he resumed, alas, our brother! Poor Keith, with his lifelong habits of luxurious ease, his conventional views of duty, his yardstick imagination, and his wretched health. To think of such a man being torn from all the amenities of a refined Christian home, and carted across lots, government bonds and all, to be set down in some malarial swamp to dig ditches with a set of ploughmen, to prove, forsooth, that all men are created free and equal. And Ward groaned and bent his head as if overcome by the picture he had called up. Lifting his head suddenly, he added in a tone of pensive rumination, He is one of those men Thoreau tells of, who would not go a huckleberrying without a medicine chest, and he would perish, I am convinced, if deprived of improved sanitary plumbing. All very clever, said Everett, but I will take the liberty of mentioning the fact that the Burgesses' physician hails the North Carolina project as the very best thing which could happen for Keith's health. Hardly had he finished the sentence when a light knock was heard on the half-open door of the studio, and Anna Burgess, at Everett's word, stepped into the room. She wore a thin black gown, for the day was warm, and a broad-brimmed hat of some transparent black substance threw the fine shape of her head and the pure tints of her face into striking relief. A handful of white jonquils was fastened into the front of her gown, and the freshness of the June day seemed to enter the dusty, despoiled studio with her. Both men stood at gaze before her with deference and admiration in every line and look, with the delicate flush rising in her cheeks. Anna gave her hand to each, and spoke a word of greeting in which her natural shyness and her acquired social grace were mingled to a manner of peculiar charm. I ran up to hand you these papers for Mr. Gregory, she said to Everett, a vibration of suppressed joy in her full, low voice, which he had never heard before. You know he said he would like it if you would bring them. And she placed a long envelope in his hand. No, I cannot stop a moment. Keith is waiting for me in the carriage. I did not give the papers to the maid because I wanted to say to you, Mr. Everett, that Keith does not see it any differently. About the estate, you know. But he feels that the estate itself should be kept intact. Thank heaven he has a spark of reason left, exclaimed Ward under his breath, adding quickly, Pardon me, Mrs. Burgess, but you know I am not a Gregorian psalm myself, yet. Anna turned to him with her rare smile, less brilliant than clear and luminous. "But I was so glad you came to the house, Professor Ward, and heard Mr. Gregory," she said with gracious courtesy. "We cannot expect every one to follow out these new theories practically as we hope to do, but at least we want every one we care about to know really what they are. Do you think that many of those present at your house that afternoon were inclined to accept Mr. Gregory's gospel, if I may so call it?" asked Ward respectfully. "Of course not," interjected Everett. "There was no one there but cranks and critics." Anna's face clouded a little. "No," she said simply. "Fulham is not a good field for such a message. It was quite different in Burlington. Most of them went away, saying it would be very fine if it were not wholly impossible." "And it does occur to you, does it, Mrs. Burgess?" Ward pressed the question with undisguised earnestness. "That perhaps they were right? That there is something to be said for the old order, as old as the race? That possibly certain distinctions are inherent in the nature of things? Such distinctions, for instance, as separate you," and Ward gave the pronoun a freight of significance to carry, "from that man," and he indicated a laborer who had just left the room with an immense box of merchandise on his broad, bent shoulders, and whose slow, heavy steps could now be heard on the stairs below. He had struck the wrong chord. "Professor Ward," cried Anna, her voice even lower than its wont, but her emphasis the more intense. "Did that man choose to be reduced to the life and little more than the faculties of a beast of burden, to be brother to the ox, to live a blind, brutalized animal existence with neither joy nor star?" She paused a moment, and then added, with indescribable pathos dimming the kindling light in her eyes, "It is that man, Professor Ward, and what he stands for, that sends me to Fraternia, if perhaps I can yet atone. It is I that have made that man what he is, and you, and all of us who have clung gladly to our powers and privileges, and dared to believe that we were made for the heights of life, and men like him for the abyss. If we could read our New Testament once, as if it were not an old story, if we for one moment could lay our social cruelties beside that pattern shown us in the Mount." The deep heart of her and the innermost motive power broke forth from Anna's usual quiet and reserve in these last words, with thrilling influence upon both men. She was beautiful as she spoke, but with the beauty of some Miriam or Cassandra, a woman, as had been said of her long before, to die for, not to play games with. Professor Ward, the irritation of his earlier mood quite gone, stood regarding Anna as she spoke with a sadness as profound as it was wholly unaffected. Having spoken, she turned to go. "Let me say one word, Mrs. Burgess," he said, extending his hand to detain her a moment. "I sympathize deeply with your purposes, and I am not wholly incapable of appreciating your motives. From my heart I shall bid you Godspeed on your way when your time comes to go out into this new spiritual adventure. It will be none the less noble because it is impossible. Goodbye," she said, and smiled. End of chapter 28. Recording by normandyw. Chapter 29 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by normandyw. A Woman of Yesterday by Carolyn Atwater Mason. Chapter 29. Canst drink the waters of the crystal spring? O sweet content! Swimmest thou in wealth, yet sinkest in thine own tears? O punishment! Then he that patiently wants burden bears, no burden bears, but is a king, a king! O sweet content, O sweet content! Work apace, 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 apace. Honest labor bears a lovely face. Thomas Dekker, 1600. A valley 2,000 feet above the sea level, narrowing at its upper or northern end to a ravine piercing thickly wooded hills, but widening gradually southward, until, a mile lower down the mountain stream, which issues from the gorge, it becomes a broad, sunny meadowland. On a day in the middle of March, when the sun shone warm and a turquoise sky arched smiling over the valley, signs of human activity and energy prevailed on every side. In the bottom lands, men were plowing the broad level fields. Here the river had been dammed, forming a pond, on the bank of which stood a large, picturesque building sheathed with dark green shingles. From the wide and open windows of this building, the sound of whirring spindles and the joyous laughter of girls and men issued. Higher up the valley, men were at work building a light bridge of plank across the creek, while others were carting newly sawed lumber, with its strong, pungent smell, from the sawmill below. On the eastern side of the valley, between this bridge and the mills half a mile south, were scattered or grouped at irregular intervals 40 or 50 small cabins, some of log, others of unplaned boards, thatched or covered in red tile. Men and women were at work in the damp mold of the gardens by which these cabins were surrounded, and fresh green things were shooting up. On the opposite side of the stream, on a wooden knoll, stood a large, low, barrack-like building with a red roof, and near it a few cabins. It was opposite this group of buildings that the footbridge was in the process of making, to supersede a single plank and rail which had hitherto connected the banks of the stream. Down the valley from this small and separate settlement stretched fields already under cultivation for corn, potatoes, and cotton. There were no streets in this rustic settlement. Footpaths led to the cottage doors through the thin, coarse grass, and along the eastern side of the little river, and between its bank and the houses, ran a rough wagon road, deeply rutted now by the wheels of the lumber wagons in the soft red soil. To the north and east the hills rose abruptly, covered with oak and pine, and the aromatic fragrance of the latter was in the air, mingling with the scent of the soil. Beyond the lower hills to the west loomed the shoulders of dim blue mountains, while looking south down the shining river, beyond a belt of woodland, the valley broadened out to the sunny plain stretching to the horizon line. The limpid clearness of the air, the fragrance of the forest and the earth, the musical flow of the little river, the wonderful brilliancy of the sky, with the vast uplift of the mountains, gave a sense of wild perfection to the ensemble. Such was Fraternia in the morning of its second spring. It was during that decade which saw the sudden springing into life of so large a number of communistic organizations and settlements throughout the country, mainly in the south and west. Many of these experiments were crude and obscure. Most of them were short-lived. They were founded on widely different social conceptions, ranging from those of unlimited license and rank anarchism up to the high ideals of the life of Christian brotherhood set forth in the early church. The latter was the foundation of John Gregory's colony in Fraternia. Inflexible morality and blamelessness of Christian living were his cardinal laws. Built upon them was the superstructure of economic and social equality, of labor sharing, and of domestic simplicity. Thus far unusual promise attended the adventure, and peace and goodwill reigned in the little community. Toward the upper end of the village, 6 men were at work around a circular excavation not more than 5 or 6 feet in diameter, which had been lined with irregular slabs and blocks of stone patched together with clay. In blue overalls, thickly bespattered with red mud and sticky clay, a man was working on his knees at the edge of this basin. It was Keith Burgess. Near him, measuring with rule and line and marking out the width of the coping, stood the artist, Pierce Everett. Their fellow workmen were 2 Irishmen, big, active fellows with honest eyes, and a wiry little black-of-eyes Jew, a quondam foreman in a New York sweatshop. He was mixing clay and laying the stone of the coping, while the Irishmen were at work in an open trench through which ran the pipe which was to conduct the water from a spring in the ravine above to the new reservoir. Emerging from the woods below the dam, a little crowd of children came straying up the valley, laughing and shouting and jumping gaily over the pools of red mud in the road. Their hands were full of wildflowers, bloodroot, and anemones, and arbutus. Their hair was blown about in the wind. Their eyes were shining, Among them, giving her hand to a little girl who walked with a crutch, walked Anna Burgess, her face as joyous as theirs, and a free, unhampered vigor and grace in every line of her figure. She was the head teacher in the village school, and was known to her scholars, and, indeed, quite generally in the little community, as Sister Benina. This name, Benina, which had come down in Anna's family for generations, and had been given her as a second name, had not been used for many years, save by her mother, who still clung loyally to the full Anna Benina. Who it was in Fraternia who had revived the beautiful old Moravian name was not known, but the use of it had been quickly established, especially among the children and the foreign folk. The habit of using brother and sister with the given name in ordinary social intercourse was common, although not universal, in Fraternia. Anna's assistants in the school, a pale little English governess, who had apparently never known stronger food than tea and bread until she came to Fraternia, and a rosy-cheeked German kindergartner, were among the little flock, their hands overflowing with wild flowers, and their faces with the high delight the spring day brought them. It was Saturday morning, and a holiday. Suddenly there was a shout from some boys who were foremost in the company, and they came scampering back to Anna, exclaiming that the fountain was almost finished, and, perhaps, the water would soon be turned into it. By common consent the whole party hastened on, and soon encircled the workmen at the basin with noisy questions and merry chatter. It was to be so fine not to have to go up to the spring and the ravine with pails and pitchers any more. Could they surely have the water here for Sunday? Then Fraulein Frida told them how the girls in her country came to such fountains with their jugs, and carried them away full on their heads. She showed them with a tin pail, found lying in the clay, just how it was done, walking away with firm, balanced step, the pail unsupported on her pretty flaxen-haired head, on which the sun shone dazzlingly. The little girls were greatly delighted, and all declared they should learn to carry their water-pots home on their heads from the Quell, as Fraulein Frida called it. Anna stood at the edge of the basin, Keith at her feet, on his knees, with the trowel in his hands, smiling up at her, the little lame girl still at her side, a trace of wistfulness in her eyes as she watched the others. "We will not carry our water pails on our heads, you and I, will we, little Judith?" Anna asked, kind and motherly. "We want our brains to grow, and it might crowd them down, don't you think so?" The swarthy Jew looked up from the clay he was mixing with quick, instinctive gratitude. Judith was his child. He grinned a broad and rather hideous grin, and exclaimed in a broken dialect, "Das ist so klein, just listen to Our Lady. She knows, she says it's right." Pierce Everett's dark eyes flashed with sudden enthusiasm. Turning to Anna, he bowed profoundly and said low to Keith as well as to her, "There you have it. Barnabas has found your title, Our Lady." Anna looked into Everett's dark, eager eyes with her quiet smile, and was about to speak when a sudden noise of grating and rattling and horses' hoofs behind them caused them all three to turn and look down the river. A horse and stone drag were approaching rapidly, driven by John Gregory, who stood on the drag, which was loaded with big clean pebbles from the riverbed. He wore a coarse gray flannel shirt, the collar turned off a little at the throat, and rough gray trousers tucked into high rubber boots which reached to the thighs. The cloth cap on his head with its visor bore a certain resemblance to a helmet, and altogether the likeness of the whole appearance to that of a Roman warrior in his chariot did not escape the three friends who watched his approach in the motley crowd around the basin. Gregory drove his drag close up to the edge of the coping, now nearly laid, greeted the company with a courteous removal of his hat and a cordial "good morning," then discharged the load of pebbles in a glinting heap on the soft red earth. There was no conscious assumption of mastery or direction in Gregory's manner. Nothing could have been simpler or more democratic than the impartial camaraderie with which he joined the others. Nevertheless, the sense that the master was among them was instantly communicated throughout the little group. Up in the trench, nearly to the base of the cliffs which marked the entrance to the ravine, one Irishman said to the other, in a tone of satisfaction not unmixed with good-natured sarcasm, "Themselves come now. The gentlemen masons will get to rights or they'll lose their job, do you mind, Patrick?" "Oh, aye," said the other, "and the same to yourself, if you ever noticed it." There was a little silence even among the chattering children, as Gregory stooped by Everett's side, pulled up with the ease of mighty muscle 2 or 3 stones, took the trowel from Keith's hand and a hod of mortar from the waiting Barnabas, and set the stones over on a truer line, laughing the while with the men and turning aside the edge of criticism with frank self-disparagement, as being himself but a tyro. A curious consequence of Gregory's appearance on the scene after this sort was the dwarfed effect of the men around him, who suddenly seemed to have shrunk in stature and proportions, and whose motions, beside the virile force and confident freedom of his, appeared incompetent and weak. Anna had drawn back from her place near the basin's edge. Gregory had not looked at her nor she at him directly. In fact, they habitually, for some reason they themselves could not define, avoided each other, and yet could not avoid a piercing consciousness, when together, of every look and word of the other. A sudden shyness and subduing had fallen instantly upon Anna's bright mood, and, while the others watched every look and motion of Gregory with almost breathless interest, she stood apart and arranged little Judith's flowers with apparent preoccupation. Tossing the trowel back to Keith, with whom he exchanged a few words of question, Gregory next hastened with long strides up the line of the trench to the place where the Irishmen were at work. Here was a primitive moss-grown trough, into which the water of the spring had hitherto been conducted, and to which all the people had been obliged to come for their supply of drinking water. The new iron pipe already replaced the rude wooden conduit which had done duty until now, but the water still flowed into the trough, and would do so until, the basin completed, the connection might be made between the 2 sections of pipe. Under Gregory's direction this was now effected, and the water of the spring, if there was no flaw, should now flow unimpeded into the basin below. To test the basin, it was Gregory's purpose to make the experiment at once. Presently there was a shout, exulting and joyous, from the company below. "The water is here! The water! The water!" rose the cry into the stillness of the valley. The men at work upon the bridge left their work and hastened to join the little crowd. With strides even longer than before, Gregory came down again, the Irishmen following him in a scramble to keep up. Joy was in all their faces, and the deepest joy of all in that of Gregory. They stood together and watched the jet of water as it sprang from the mouth of the pipe, turbid at first, but gradually becoming clear and sparkling, and fell with a gentle, musical plashing into the stone fountain. There was complete silence for a little space, as they looked intently at the increasing depth of the gathering pool. And then, bringing down his hands with a will on the shoulders of Keith and Everett, Gregory exclaimed, "Men, you have done well, all of you. It holds, do you see? It is tight as a ship. Hurrah!" They all joined in a great cheer, and then, swiftly finding where she stood, or knowing, as he always seemed to know, instinctively, Gregory's eyes saw Anna Burgess. "Will Sister Benina come up here?" he asked quietly, with the unhesitating steadiness of the man who knows just what he means to do. Anna came slowly forward, and stood on the new-laid coping, by the side of Gregory, greatly wondering. Just beyond her was Keith, side by side with Barnabas Rosenblatt. Meanwhile, Gregory had taken from his pocket a small folding drinking cup of shining metal, which he had held in the flow of the spring water until it was thoroughly purified. Turning now to look at all those who stood round about, he said, "Brothers, sisters, little children, this water is the good gift of God. Let this fountain be now consecrated to all pure and holy uses. By the wish which I believe to be in every one of you, let the first who shall drink of this living water from the new fountain be our Sister Benina." With these words, Gregory filled the cup from the sparkling outgush of the spring, the water so cold that the polished cup was covered with frosty dimness, and with simple seriousness handed it to Anna. Affection and reverence were in the eyes of all the people as they watched her while, with uncovered head, calm brow, and the fine simplicity of unconsciousness, she took the cup and drank. But with the first touch of her lips to the cup, the hand in which she held it trembled, and when she drained the last drop, it trembled still. As Anna stepped back, having drunk, into the ranks, Gregory lifted his hand, and with the gesture which commands devotion, repeated the ancient words, "O most high, almighty, good Lord God, to thee belong praise, glory, honor, and all blessing. Praised be my Lord for our brother the wind, and for air and cloud, calms and all weather, by the which thou upholdest in life all creatures. Praised be my Lord for our sister, water, who is very serviceable unto us, and humble and precious and clear. Then, with a deeper solemnity and significance in face and voice, he continued, If thou knewest the gift of God, and who it is that saith to thee, Give me to drink, thou wouldest have asked of him, and he would have given thee living water. Jesus said, If any man thirst, let him come to me and drink. It was noon, and turning they all dispersed, each to his own place, a deepened gladness in their faces. But as for Anna Burgess, a dimness was upon her joy, a thrilling undercurrent of dread and wonder which she could not understand, for she had drunk of the cup of trembling, and knew it not. End of chapter 29. Recording by normandyw.
Chapter 30 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Usha Novi. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. We have toiled and failed. We spake the word. None hearkened. Dumb we lie. Our hope is dead. The seed we spread fell o'er the earth to die. What's this? For joy our hearts stand still, and life is loved and dear. The lost and found the cause hath crowned. The day of days is here. William Morris. The Burgesses had come to Freternia in the preceding December, although Keith had soon left again, having still many business concerns to recall him to Fulham. The house there was now closed, and the life there for them presumably ended, and late in February Keith had returned to Freternia. Anna had employed the months between their decision to join the cooperative colony and their actual journey to the south in taking a short course in nursing in a Fulham hospital, reviving her old knowledge of the subject gained in her girlhood in Burlington. She had it in mind to fit herself thus as thoroughly as the brief interval allowed for the duties of a trained nurse to the little community, this being an occupation at once congenial to herself and important for the general good. For uniformity of service was by no means according to John Gregory's plan, and Gertrude Ingraham might not have found herself shut up to the cotton mill even if she had done so incredible a thing as to throw in her fortunes with Freternia. All must labor, and all must labor for the general good. One of Gregory's prime maxims being, if a man will not work, neither shall he eat, but as far as practicable, that labor was to be on the line of each person's best capacity, choice, and development. Thus, Keith Burgess's feat of stone laying had not been enforced, but self chosen as an expression of his goodwill in the sharing the coarser labors of the people. The work to which he had been assigned by Gregory was clerical, not manual, being that of secretary to the colony. Anna thus far had had no opportunity for any especial use of her vocation as nurse. The families of Freternia being remarkably healthy under the simple and wholesome conditions of their life, and serious illness unknown during that winter. Her trained and well equipped mind obviously fitted her for work of intellectual rather than industrial character, and the duties of teaching the children of the colony 5 hours a day, the required time of service for the women, were given to her by common consent. Neither at the time when she was chosen to this service nor at any other had John Gregory directly communicated his wishes to Anna or discussed his plans with her. And yet, from the day of her arrival in Freternia, he had perhaps never formed a plan which was not in some subtle manner shaped by unconscious reference to her. In her own way, Anna's personality was hardly less conspicuous than his, and these two invisibly and involuntarily modified each the other's action and deliberation as the orbits of two stars are influenced by their mutual attraction and repulsion. By the whole habit and choice of his life, John Gregory was a purist in morals and in his personal practice of simplicity. The most frugal fare and the simplest domestic appliances served his turn by preference, although he had been born and bred in comparative luxury. He was free and fraternal with men, gently respectful to women, whom he yet never treated as if they were superior to men by force of their weakness, but rather as being on a basis of accepted equality, while to little children he always showed winning tenderness. Socially, however, he scrupulously avoided intercourse with women, with a curious, undeviating persistency which almost suggested ascetic withdrawal. The other men of the colony, several of whom were men of some social rank and mental culture, found it pleasant to stop on the woodland paths or by the stream, all the more in these soft spring days, and exchange thought and word, light or grave, with the girls and women, but never once had Gregory been seen to do this, or to visit the households presided over by women on any errand whatever. Whether a line of action which thus inevitably separated him more and more from the domestic life of the people was pursued by deliberate purpose or by the accident of personal inclination was not clear, but certain it was that the fact contributed to the distinction and separation which seemed inevitably to belong to Gregory. With all his simplicity of life and democratic brotherliness of conversation, he lived and moved in Freternia with an effect of one on a wholly different plane from the others, and with the full practical exercise of a dictatorship which no one resented because all regarded him with a species of hero worship as manifestly the master of the situation. His residence was in one of the small cabins on the western side of the river, to which the bridge gave convenient access. The other cabins served, one as a rude temporary library, the other as storehouse, while the large barrack-like building furnished bachelor quarters for the unmarried men. Gregory, since Everett's arrival, had shared his house with the artist. Their meals were taken in common with the other men. No one was in the habit of entering the house, Gregory having a kind of office agreeably furnished at the cotton mill, where he was usually to be found when not at work in field or wood. This was, however, often the case, for he never failed to discharge the daily quota of manual labor which he had assigned himself, and it was noticeable to all that if any task were of an offensive or difficult nature, he was the one to assume it first, and as a matter of course. It was owing to this characteristic perhaps more than to any other save his singular personal ascendancy, that the silent dictatorship of Gregory in the little community was so cheerfully accepted. Nominally, the government of the village was in the hands of a board of directors, with an inner executive committee, and of which Gregory was chairman. Several women served on the larger board. Keith Burgess was a director. Anna's name had not been proposed for the office. There had been but one vacancy in the board on their arrival, which was sufficient reason. The councils of the directors were held weekly in Gregory's office, and thus far a good degree of harmony prevailed. Again, it was Saturday morning. A week had passed which had brought many days of heavy rain. The river, swollen and yellow, dashed noisily down from the gorge and filled its channel below with deep and urgent current. On its turbid flood appeared from time to time newly felled logs, floated down from the regions above where Freternia men were at work, taking advantage of the swollen river for conveying their lumber to the sawmill. A west wind the night before had blown the clouds before it, and this morning the sun shone from an effulgent sky. The wind had died to a soft breeze laden with a manifold fragrance, and in place of the chill of the north, the air possessed the indescribable softness and balm of the southern spring. It was again a busy morning in Freternia, and everywhere and in all the homely tasks thrilled the unchecked joy in simple existence of innocent hearts living out their normal bent for mutual help and burden sharing. In the garden ground around their house, which was high up the valley in a group of three others, one of which contained the common kitchen and dining room for the inmates of all, Anna Burgess was at work in her garden, sowing and planting in the damp soil. Glancing down the valley, she could see Everett hard at work with another man, who had been an architect in Burlington, erecting a little thatched pavilion of original design, graceful and rustic, to protect the new and precious fountain from the sun and keep its water clean and serviceable. Across the river, in the library, Keith, she knew, was at work at his bookkeeping, and also at the task of collecting excerpts from the writings of social economists for use in an address which he was preparing. A new mental activity had been stimulated in Keith by the change of climate and conditions and the influx of new ideas, and the ease and cheerfulness with which he had adapted himself to the primitive habits of pioneer life would have amazed his friend Ward. Barnabas had been gathering one or two sizable slabs of stone which had been left from the lining and coping of the fountain, and Anna watched him a moment as, having loaded them into a wheelbarrow, he proceeded to carry them down to the new bridge and so across to the west side of the river. She hardly cared to wonder what he was about to do, being otherwise absorbed, and her eyes did not follow him as he wheeled his burden on up the knoll on which were the library and the house of Gregory set in their bit of pine wood. The door of Gregory's cabin stood open, as was customary in Freternia in mild weather. Barnabas dropped the burden from his burrow just before the open door, stood to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and then kneeling, began the self imposed effort of placing the stones together for a low step, which was yet lacking to the rudely furnished house. As he worked, he now and then lifted his eyes and glanced into the interior of the house, which he had never entered. It had the walls and ceiling of unplanned, uncovered boards of all the Fraternia houses. The floor was absolutely bare and absolutely clean, damp in spots and redolent of soap from recent scrubbing. The open windows let in the sun-warmed, piney air, but the light was obscured. The trees growing close to the house and a dim gold-green twilight reigned in the silent room. A door stood open into the second room, where two narrow iron beds came within the field of vision. There was the ordinary chimney, built of brick, of ample proportions, with a pine shelf running across, and in the fireplace logs of fat pine laid for a blaze in the evening, which was still sure to be cool. Plain wooden armchairs stood near the hearth. An uncovered table of home manufacture, clumsy and heavy in the middle of the room, was thickly strewn with books and papers and writing materials. It was the typical Fraternia interior, bare and yet not comfortless, and with its own effect of simple distinction, conveyed by absolute cleanness, order, and the absence of the superfluous. But it was none of these details which caught the eye of Barnabas. Above the chimney there was fastened by hidden screws close against the wall, so that it had the effect of a panel, a picture unframed, showing the figure of a slender girl with uplifted head and solemn eyes set against an oriental background. It was Everett's study of the girlhood of the Virgin, and besides it there was no picture nor decoration of any sort in the place. Each time he lifted his eyes from the stones before him to the picture, whose high lights gleamed strangely through the dimness of the room within, Barnabas was more impressed with some elusive resemblance in the face, and at last, striking the stone with his hand, he murmured to himself in his native tongue, "Now I have it. The damsel there is like Our Lady when she prays." Meanwhile the river ran between and thundered over the dam below. The red roofs gleamed warm in the sun, and Anna, down on her knees like Barnabas, on a bit of board, was tending her bulbs with loving hands, while within her was springing a very rapture of poetic joy. Almost for the first time in her life she was conscious of unalloyed happiness. Was it because the sky was blue? Or because the vital flood of spring beat and surged about her in the river, in the forest, in the air? Not wholly, nor even because under these kindly influences all the dormant poetic and creative instincts of her nature were stirring into luxuriant blossoming, although all these things filled her with throbbing delight. The deeper root of her joy was in the satisfaction, so long delayed, of her passion for brotherhood with lowly men and poor, the release from the constraint of artificial conventions and from the painful sense, which she could never escape in the years of her Fulham life, that she owed to every weary toiler who passed her on the street an apology for her own leisure, her luxury and ease. Suddenly Anna rose and stood facing the west, her eyes full of light. A voice within her had called and said, "I can write poetry now, and I will." The fullness of energy, of joy and fulfillment in her spirit sought expression as naturally as the mountain spring sought its outlet in the fountain below. Just then her neighbor in the house on the left, it was the dining house, put her head out of the window and said reflectively, "Say, Sister Benigna, I wish I knew how to get the dinner up into the woods to the men folks. It's 11:30, and time it went this minute, and Charlie has gone down to Spalding after the mail. But I suppose it's late or something. Anyway, he ain't here, and I have got the rest to wait on. Why, I could take the dinner pails up to them, Sister Amanda, answered Anna, obligingly. The men folks alluded to were of her own group of families and were felling lumber in the woods north of the valley. You couldn't do it alone, but Fraulein Freda should be tickled to death to go with you. There she is now, and Sister Amanda flew to the cabin door, through which a neatly ordered dinner table could be seen, and shouted down the slope to the young German teacher who had just come over the bridge with some books on her arm from the library. A few moments later, Anna sallied out from the house with Freda, both carrying well stored dinner pails. No matter, said Anna, smiling at the sudden diversion from her poetic inspiration. It is better to live brotherhood than to sing brotherhood, but some day, maybe yet, I shall sing. End of chapter 30. Recording by Usha Novai. Chapter 31 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Usha Novai. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. Chapter 31. Heaven's gift takes earth's abatement. He who smites the rock and spreads the water, bidding drink and live a crowd beneath him. Even he, the minute makes immortal, proves, perchance, but mortal in the minute. These secrets, belike, the deed in doing. Robert Browning. Relays of men had been at work in the woods, clothing the steep banks of the ravine above Fritania for 3 days, even while the rain was falling in torrents. It was absolutely necessary to secure the lumber while the river was of a depth to carry it downstream, and for a time all other work was in abeyance. Gregory had worked steadily with the rest at the wood cutting, but Keith had told Anna the night before that on Saturday morning he would be obliged to go down to Spalding, the small town in the plain below the valley, on urgent business concerning notes which were coming due and must be extended if possible. It was therefore with great surprise that Anna, as they approached the spot where the men were at work, heard Freda exclaim, "There is the master himself! See, Sister Benigna!" They had had a merry scramble up the gorge, but a hard one. The swollen stream had submerged the narrow path by which the ascent was commonly made, and it was only by finding the footholds cut out by the men with their axes in the earth of the dripping, slippery bank above, that Anna and her companion had been able to make their way on. Holding their pails with one hand and clinging to overhanging branches or roots of ferns and laurel with the other, shaking the splashes of rain from the dripping leaves as they struck their faces, the two had scrambled breathlessly forward. And now, at length, the welcome sound of the axe greeted their ears, and they saw a little beyond, strewing the underbrush, the new chips and shining splinters of stripped bark, which told that trees had recently been felled. Anna had just stopped to exclaim, "How good it smells, Freda! Such a wild, pure smell!" and was laughing at her own choice of adjectives when Freda had called her attention to John Gregory. He was standing at no great distance from them, in the midst of the rapid, roaring creek, where the water reached nearly to the tops of his high boots, and, with a strong pole in both hands, was directing the course of the logs, which were eddying wildly about him on the surface of the torrent, into the proper channel which should carry them downstream. Frida's voice attracted his attention to their approach, and without pause he strode through the water, leaped up the bank, and was promptly in the path, if it could be called such, before them, holding out both hands to relieve them of their burdens and smiling a cordial greeting. Anna's cheeks wore a vivid flush. "Then you did not go to Spalding?" she asked, seeking to quiet the confusion of her surprise and the immoderate beating of her heart. Frida, she saw gratefully, was quite as excited. It was so unusual for Mr. Gregory to bestow attentions of this sort upon them. It was not strange that one should be a little stirred. "No," he said, leading on in the now broadening path. "I found I could send a letter by Charlie, and the men rather needed a long legged fellow like myself up here this morning. But I see that my doing this has reacted unexpectedly upon you. Charlie not being on hand to bring the dinner, our ladies have had to take his place." And Gregory turned toward them as he spoke with regret and apology which were evidently sincere. "Are you very tired?" he asked simply, looking at Frida but speaking to Anna. They both declared that it had been great fun, and they were not in the least tired, and indeed the bright bloom of their cheeks and the laughter in their eyes and the elastic firmness of their steps was sufficient reassurance. "I think, Mr. Gregory," said Anna, quite at her ease now, "that Britannia women can never know anything of the disease of civilization, nervous prostration. It will become extinct in one spot at least." "More honored in the breach than the observance," quoted Gregory. "We shall hail its loss." Soon they reached a little clearing where the underbrush trampled down the rugged steepness of the bank, declining to a gentler slope, and the sun having found full entrance by reason of the removal of the larger trees, there was the possibility of finding a dry place to rest. Here they were soon joined by half a dozen men, several of whom had brought their dinner with them, and preparations were made for a fire to heat the coffee, which filled one of the pails brought by Anna and Freda. The other was solidly packed with sweet, wholesome brown bread and butter and thick slices of meat. The fat pine chips and splinters burned readily in spite of the all pervading dampness, and the coffee pail suspended over the small camp fire from a hastily improvised tripod was soon sending up a deliciously fragrant steam. The men treated the two women as if they had been foreign princesses, covering a great tree trunk with their coats for a kind of throne for them, and serving them with coffee in tin cups with much flourish of mock ceremony. This part of the proceedings John Gregory watched from a little distance, leaning against a tree, a smile of quiet pleasure in his eyes. He refused the coffee for himself, drinking always and only water, but ate the bread and meat they handed him with hearty relish and a vast appetite. By a sort of inevitable gravitation, almost before the meal was concluded, Freda had strayed off into the woods with Matt Taylor, son of Anna's neighbor, whose devotion to her was one of the especial moments for Fraternia folk that spring. A certain view from the crest of the hill beyond the little clearing was by no means to be missed. Then, one after the other, the men took up their axes and returned to their work. But John Gregory kept his place, and still stood leaning against a tree facing Anna, the smouldering embers of the fire between. He had been speaking on a subject in which all had been interested, the prayer test advocated by Mr. Tyndall, which had attracted the attention of the scientific and religious world of that time. The men had gone away reluctantly, leaving the conversation to these two. Heretofore, Anna had hardly spoken, but now, with deepening seriousness, she said, I feel the crude, incredible impertinence of such a test as this which Mr. Tyndall has proposed, and yet it brings up very keenly to me my own attitude for many years. Gregory looked a question, but did not speak, and Anna went on. A good woman, whom I once heard speak at Mrs. Ingram's in Burlington, gave me an idea of prayer, quite new to me then, but which I at least partially accepted, and which has had its effect on my inner life ever since. It was that we were to pray to God for every small material interest of life, and were to expect definite, concrete, physical return. That if such was not our experience, it was because we were not dwelling near God and were out of harmony with Him. This life of answered prayer and perfect demonstrable union which she described was called the higher life. What was your own experience? It has been a long experience of spiritual defeat. I prayed for years for every temporal need, asked for whatever I deeply desired, and never, perhaps there was one exception, but hardly more, received an answer to my praying which I could fairly assume to be such. Anna's face was profoundly sad as she spoke, with a sense of the baffling disappointments of years. In the end, what has been the effect on you? I have ceased to pray at all, Mr. Gregory. I know that sounds very harsh, perhaps very wrong, but I lost the expectation of a response, and the constant defeat and failure made me bitter and unbelieving. God seemed only to mock my prayers, not to fulfill. It seemed to me at last that I was dishonoring Him by praying, and that waiting in silence and patience was shown to be my portion. Do you think that was sinful? Anna raised her eyes timidly to Gregory's face with this question, and met the repose and steady confidence of it with a swift presentiment of comfort. No, he answered. I think you were simply struggling to release yourself from the meshes of the net which a mercenary conception of prayer cannot fail to throw over the soul. It was said of John Woolman, and a holier man never lived, that he offered no prayers for special personal favors. I believe the theory of prayer of your Burlington friend not only mistaken, but dangerous and misleading. Instead of such a habit of mind as she described being a higher life, I should call it a lower one. The nearer the man comes to God, the less he prays, not the more, for definite, objective things and externals. The more he rests on the great goodwill of God. Prayer was not designed for man to use to conform a reluctant God to his will, to get things given him, but to conform the man's own blind and erring will to the divine. By this, I do not mean to say that no prayers for temporal objects are granted. Many have been. But the soul that feeds itself on this conception of prayer as a system of practical demand and supply lives on husks. But there are many promises, Anna said with hesitation. Yes, said Gregory, with the emphasis of sure conviction, crossing the space between them to stand directly before her, forgetting all his usual scruples. But you must interpret Scripture, by the whole tendency and purpose, not by isolated motives which men like to drag out for spiritual decoration. breaking off short all their roots which reach down into the solid rock of universal truth. Look at our Lord Himself. Did He ask for ease and rest and joys? It is only as we enter into His Spirit that our prayers are answered. And that almost means that we shall cease to pray at all for personal benefits. He prayed often, whole nights together, but was it that he might win his own cause with the people about him? Was it not rather for the multitudes upon whom he had compassion, and that God the Father should be made manifest in himself? Ha! Sister Benigna, few of us have sounded the depths of this great subject of prayer. It is one of the deepest things of God. And believe me, it is not until we have cast out utterly the last shred of the notion of childish coaxing of God to do what will please us that we can catch some small perception of its meaning. But let me say just one thing more. You are too young to count any prayer unanswered. At present, you see in part and interpret God's dealings only in part. At the end of life, your interpretation will be larger, calmer than it is now. We change the cruel prayers we made, and even here live to praise God that they are broken away in His broad, loving will. Anna sat in silence, her eyes downcast, slowly passing in review the nature of her own most ardent prayers and the deep anguish and doubt of their non fulfillment. Not one, she saw, could bear the high test of likeness to the mind of Christ, not one, but had its admixture of selfishness. Not one, but seemed poor and vain in this new light. A nobler conception of the relation of a soul to God seemed to dawn within her. She looked up then and saw upon Gregory's face that inner illumination which belongs to the religious genius. The look of it smote her eyes as if with a white and dazzling light, and they fell as if it were impossible to bear it. Then she rose, and they stood for a moment alone and in silence, while a sense of measureless content overflowed Anna's spirit, and for an instant made time and space and human relations as if they were not. So strong upon her was the sense of uplift from the contact with the spirit of Gregory, she hardly knew at first that the incredible had happened. John Gregory had taken her hand in his with reverent gentleness for some seconds. He was asking her if he had been able to help her in any wise, and asking it as if he cared very much. She said, "Yes," quite simply, and turned to go. Frida was coming back, and they were lingering over long. Slowly they descended the rugged path before them, for a strange trepidation had come over Anna, a vague, new, disturbing joy. End of chapter 31. Recording by Usha Novai.
Chapter 32 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cadia Battersby. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. Chapter 32. What went ye out into the wilderness for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they which are gorgeously apparelled and live delicately on king's courts. St. Luke's Gospel. Instead of the masterly good humour and sense of power and fertility of resource in himself, instead of those strong and learned hands, those piercing and learned eyes, that supple body and that mighty and prevailing heart which their father had, whom nature loved and feared, whom snow and rain, water and land, beast and fish seemed all to know and to serve, we have now a puny, protected person, guarded by walls and curtains, stoves and down beds, coaches and men servants and women servants from the earth and the sky. R. W. Emerson. The spring passed in Fraternia, and the summer. Not again did John Gregory and Anna come into direct personal communication. They went indeed their several ways with a steadier avoidance of this than before, from an undefined but instinctive sense of danger. Nevertheless, the fact that they breathed the same air and shared the same lot in life sufficed to yield in the heart of each an unfailing spring of contentment, while now and again it would happen that Anna, in her schoolroom or cottage, and Gregory, at his work, lifting their eyes at a footstep or a shadow, would be aware that the other had drawn near and passed by, and contentment would give place to nameless joy. The poetic impulse which Anna had inherited from both parents, but the expression of which had been stifled by the deadening of her high desires which life in Fulham had brought, now developed unchecked. Many influences promoted this development. Her clear child delight in the rich life of nature about her, the release of her long-cabined spiritual energy, and the simulation of her powers and discernment and interpretation by contact with the strong intellectual power of Gregory. Gregory was, in the simple system of life in Fraternia, at once prophet, priest, and king, and his most potent influence over the people was manifest in the Sunday services and in the evening lectures which, for lack of a church, were held in a large empty room on the upper floor of the cotton mill. Anna found in these sermons and lectures the strongest intellectual and spiritual food upon which she had ever fared, and throve apace, having good faculty of assimilation. The verses which she wrote at intervals from a sudden and almost irresistible impulsion were always, when completed, turned over to her husband, proud and pleased at this new gift of Anna's. It was Keith's habit to take them straight away to Gregory. Anna never knew this. She knew, however, that her poetry found its way into print, and now and then she found into the hearts of sincere people. This was new food for unaffected gladness, and she was glad. The summer, although its fierce continuous heat had been hard to bear, was yet the season par excellence for Fraternia, and peace and plenty reigned in the valley. But with the autumn came a change, gradual at first, but later strongly accented. The wholesome occupations of the spring and summer came, of necessity, to a standstill. There was now little vent for the energy and working force of the people, while the scant resources of the narrow valley offered nothing to counteract a dull ennui which settled like a palpable cloud upon them. It had been a bad year for all their crops. The cotton crop had been a total failure, and the mill was shut down. This threw nearly 50 of the little community into enforced idleness, and a smouldering resentment was bred by the discovery that there had never been a profit, but rather a sustained loss on the output of the mill, by reason of Gregory's scruple against selling at any advance beyond the bare cost of production. This principle might have a fine and lofty sound from the lips of an orator, speaking on broad general lines, but the hard business sense of average men and women rebelled against the concrete results of its application to their own isolated case. If other people did the same, it might work. For one manufactory alone to attempt it is simply commercial suicide, they said to each other, and with justice. It became known, moreover, throughout the community that a heavy mortgage had been placed on the land, held by a rich cotton planter in South Carolina, and that a wide chasm yet intervened between their present condition and that of self-support. A more serious disappointment and a more immediate difficulty, however, lay at the inadequacies of their food products to the needs of the people, and the consequent demands for ready money wherewith to buy the necessities of life. The fare, hitherto of the simplest, was gradually made coarser and less palatable, since better could not be. Winter was coming on. Open-air life had become impossible. Fierce winds coming down through the gorge swept the valley and scattered the foliage of the forest, while a grey and sullen sky hung over, and every day brought chilly rains. There was some sickness, of a mild nature, but it emphasised the discomfort and inconveniences of the homes. The prospect for the coming months in Fraternia grew grim. The enthusiasm of novelty had tided the little community over the 2 preceding winters, but some stronger upholding must evidently now be interposed, for the people openly murmured and began to say to each other sullenly, as once another company, "Were we brought out into this wilderness to die? As for the food, our soul loathes it." Keenly conscious of the criticism of which he was now the subject, Gregory withdrew proudly more and more within himself, and touched less and less familiarly the lives of those about him. It was well known that he deprived himself of all better fare than coarse bread and the water from the spring, that he had unhesitatingly devoted his last dollar to the enterprise so near his heart, and the patience and courage of the man were unfailing. But what of that? It was his own enterprise. with which he must stand or fall. Why should he not risk everything and bear everything? For the rest it was different. They too had given their money, and they had left their sealed houses and their goodly flesh pots and their pleasant social commerce to further his project. They at least expected Christian food. Crossing the bridge from the library, on a raw afternoon late in November, Anna Burgess met a woman of her own age, a woman of cheerful, sensible temperament and habit, the wife of the architect whom she had known in Burlington. The husband, George Hanson, had surrendered with unconditional devotion to Gregory's teachings, and the wife, in loyal sympathy, although herself by no means an idealist, had gathered her little brood of children and a few household treasures together and had come to Fraternia with him. As she approached the bridge, Mrs. Hanson, holding up her wet skirts with both hands, cried to Anna, "Oh, how I hate this red mud, don't you? It seems to me I could stand it better if it were not this horrid colour. One can never get away from it, or lose sight of it." Anna, who thus far, with only a few others, still kept heart and courage unbroken through this gloomy season, replied cheerfully that she rather liked the colour. Mrs. Hanson gave a mournful sigh. "You like fraternity anyway, don't you, Sister Benigna? You always did." Anna smiled at the naivete of the question and assented. "I must like what I have chosen above all other things." "Well, I confess I never did like it, and I never shall. Oh, it will do very well for a summer vacation, if one could be sure of getting safe home at the end. But as for a life like this, and when it comes to bringing up children here," and Mrs. Hanson's voice broke into a suppressed sob. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Anna gently. "Oh, Sister Benigna," cried the other, letting loose the floodgates of her tears, while they stood still on the bridge in the piercing rain. "I never was so homesick in my life. When I hear my children asking if they are not going home to see Grandma pretty soon, it just breaks my heart. They have no appetite for this hard meat and coarse bread, and they look so white and thin and plead for a good old-fashioned turkey dinner. I have a little money of my own, and I would spend every cent of it for better food for them. But Mr. Hanson, he says that it would be unjust to the rest who could not have such things, and that all must share alike. He says it would cost $100 to give one such dinner as the children want to the whole village." "I suppose that is true," said Anna seriously. "And then it would only be harder to come back." "To prison fare?" Mrs. Hanson interjected with unconcealed bitterness. "Well, all I have to say is that, if this is cooperation, I've had all I want of it. As for the brotherhood of man, I wish I may never hear of it again as long as I live. I believe we have some duties to ourselves." With this she passed slowly on, and Anna hastened homeward, a deep pang in her heart. Entering her own house, she found Keith, pale and dispirited, leaning with outstretched hands over the fire, in an attitude unpleasantly suggestive of decrepitude and want. He looked up as Anna came in and smiled faintly. "I think I've taken a fresh cold," he said hoarsely. "This climate is lovely half the year, but the other half—" As he left the sentence unfinished, coughing sharply, Anna sat down by the hearth and removed her mud-sodden shoes, afterwards hastening to prepare such scanty remedies for Keith as the cabin afforded. There was a dispensary down at the mill. She would go down for medicine as soon as she had made him comfortable. On the surface of her mind lay the habit of sympathy and care for her husband's fragile health, but in the depths below was the sense she could not have formulated to herself of resentment at his lack of courage and fortitude. For Keith, although too finely courteous to share in the open murmuring of the people, was himself in the full swing of reaction from the comparative enthusiasm which she had felt 6 months ago. The fall weather had brought on ague, which, added to his chronic physical weakness, made him altogether wretched. And while he punctiliously avoided contributing to the public discontent, Anna perceived and understood perfectly his weariness with the enterprise. For the first time in their married life his patience and sweetness of temper failed. He had grown irritable and fretted at small inconveniences in a way which chafed Anna's hardier spirit indescribably. "I am very sorry, Keith, you are so miserable today," Anna said now with half-mechanical commiseration. It chanced that, as she had come on her way home from the little conversation with Mrs. Hanson, a new sympathy had taken possession of her for the lonely man upon whom fell the full burden of all this reaction, but who bore it with such unflinching patience, albeit so silently. Almost inevitably, her mind being thus absorbed, The sympathy with Keith in his familiar ailments and complaints was rendered perfunctory for the time, and by comparison his weakness wore to her some complexion of unmanliness. Perhaps Keith discerned a shade of coldness in her tone, and was stirred by it. "I'm sure I do not know," he said with sufficient emphasis, "how long I can stand this condition of things. You must see, Anna, that I am losing ground from day to day. Look at my hands." And he held out his left hand to her, clammy and cold, for all the yellow blaze, wasted and thin, even to emaciation. Anna took the hand in hers, and caressed it with womanly gentleness, murmuring that it was too bad and something must be done. He certainly was not properly nourished. "Why, Anna," the poor fellow cried, warmed by her compassion, "I would give all my incomes for dreamland. All the fine-spun theories of economic religion and social salvation that Gregory and any other idealist ever dreamed of, to be for just one day in our own dear old library, warmed all through, floor warm, walls warm, everything you know. To see you, beautifully dressed again, at your own table, with its silver and damask, to have the service we always had, and once, just once, Anna, to have all the hot water I want for a bath." Anna smiled, but forbore to speak. The echo of Mrs. Hanson's wail was almost too much for her, and yet she pitied and understood. Pioneers must be made of sterner stuff, that was all. Men who, like Emerson's genius, should learn to eat their meals standing, and to relish the taste of fair water and black bread. Were there such men? She knew one. She almost began to doubt if there were any more. A few moments later she brought Keith a tray containing tea and toast, served with such little elegance as was possible, and with the daintiness of shining linen and silver. "We must find a way for you to spend the winter in a different climate," she said, as she stood beside him. She spoke very kindly, but with the inward sense of concession as of the stronger to the weaker. "You certainly cannot remain here if this ague continues." Keith watched her gratefully as she prepared to go out again, sure of some effective help when her strong determination was enlisted. The last 6 months had revealed his wife to him as 6 years had not done before. As she was about leaving, he said thoughtfully, "Anna, I am not the only one to be anxious about. Perhaps you do not know it fully, but the whole scheme of Fraternia is on the edge of collapse." "How do you mean, dear?" she asked, alarmed. "Through lack of funds. He saves very little, but I can see that Gregory has practically reached the end of his resources and expectations." Anna's face showed her great concern. "I did not know it was so bad," she answered. "Oh, Keith, would you not be willing to help out a little more? I know you have been wonderfully generous, but someone must come up to the point of real sacrifice and save the day. You could sell the Mill Street property, you know." And the timid tone of her final question contrasted strangely with that in which she had begun speaking. It was the expression of Keith's face which had dashed Anna's confidence. She had never seen him look so much like his mother as when he replied, "No, my dear. I shall have to stand my ground," he said, "and abide by the terms I first proposed. My mother's estate is not to be sacrificed for this doubtful experiment. More than ever before, I feel the problematic nature of Gregory's scheme. We must provide for our own future, as well as for his present crisis." It was hard, Anna felt, as she started out again alone into the wind and rain, but not to reflect that, perhaps, the sooner the experiments proved a failure, the better Keith would be satisfied. She struggled against a rising sense of anger which the separation of their interests from Gregory's gave her, at the characteristic caution, the irritating prudence, the old familiar inflexibility, so like his mother. Keith's decision chafed her all the more, because something warned her, in her own despite, that he was after all justified in it. But the contrast between his softness of yielding towards his own desires for luxury, and the hardness of his withholding from the bare needs of another, came just then into unfortunate juxtaposition. The attitude of Keith towards Gregory was complex and peculiar. When in the immediate presence of this man, he was brought under his personal influence to a degree which even Anna often found surprising. Gregory's intensely masculine and forceful nature appeared to exert an almost irresistible control over the younger man, so long as they were together. As soon, however, as Keith was removed from that immediate influence, he reverted at once to an attitude not only critical towards Gregory, but at times, as if instinctively, antagonistic. Anna went on her way down the valley to the cotton mill, with a sore and heavy heart. On other days she could rejoice even in the leaden sky, in the muddy sullen stream, in the stripped branches of the forest, but tonight, for twilight was falling now, all seemed clothed in that oppressive ugliness of Tennyson's picture, when the rotten woodland drips, and the leaf is stamped in clay. Reaching the mill, dark and silent otherwise, she noted a light in Gregory's office and the sound of voices, but the door was closed. She passed through the corridor to a small room beyond which was used as a dispensary. Pushing open the door, she found the room empty. The young man whose charge it was seemed to have betaken himself otherwhere overly early. However, Anna's knowledge of drugs was not inconsiderable, and in this case she knew precisely what Keith needed and where to find it. So she proceeded without delay to place on the small polished counter which stretched across the narrow room the necessary ingredients for a certain powder, and then carefully mix these in the proportions called for by her simple prescription. While she was thus occupied, she noticed with a sense of discomfort that the voices in the office, only divided from her now by a thin partition, grew louder and took on a disagreeable quality. Presently the door of the office was opened, and someone hastened from the building in evident impatience. Leaving the door wide open, there was complete silence for a moment, and then Anna heard John Gregory speak. She could not fail to hear every word, although his voice was not raised, and its wonted quietness and courtesy were unchanged. "You will bear me witness, nevertheless, Mr. Hanson," he said, "that I never promised an easy life for those who came with me to Fraternia. I declared plainly that simplicity and poverty and roughness were to be accepted as necessary conditions." "That is all very well," a voice replied, which Anna recognised as that of the Burlington architect, whose wife had evidently been working upon him. "But when simplicity means starvation for delicate women and children, and poverty begins to look like bankruptcy, the situation strikes me as pretty serious. All I have to say is," and the man's voice rose to the pitch of high excitement, "you are the dictator here, and you are responsible. You've got us into this scrape, Mr. Gregory, by working upon our emotions and all that, and now you've got to get us out of it somehow." And with these words Anna heard the speaker leave the office with rapid steps, and a moment after the outer door of the mill closed upon him. Anna had dropped the powders, which she was dividing now, into their papers, and had started to go to the door and close it, that she might hear no more. But before she could do this, a step in the corridor which she knew sent her back to her place with a beating heart, and in another instant John Gregory stood in the doorway. Anna had never seen his face changed by any mental agitation, nor was it now, save for a touch of weariness and an unwonted pallor. There was a deep, sunk glow in his eyes, which, together with the careless sweep of the grey hair flung off his forehead, recalled with peculiar emphasis the leonine effect Anna had often noticed. The habitual grave composure of his manner was in no way disturbed, and although he could not have known of her presence in the dispensary, it did not seem to cause him surprise. "Is someone ill at your house?" he asked with evident concern, but characteristic abruptness. He was one of those few persons who did not find it necessary to explain what is self-evidence. "Mr. Burgess is not well," Anna replied, hesitating somewhat, unwilling to strike another dart into the soreness of his spirit, which she felt distinctly, for all his outward firmness. "I fear," Gregory said thoughtfully, "that Mr. Burgess ought not to remain in Fraternia this winter. I am very much afraid that his health will suffer. Both of you deserve a little change," he continued, with a slight smile, the pathos of which Anna felt sharply. "Fraternia is not so pleasant at this time of year. Why do you not go north for a few months? You would come back to us in spring, perhaps." The apparent carelessness which he wished to convey in this question contrasted strangely with the piercing anxiety of the look with which Gregory's eyes searched Anna's face. She understood the instinctive desire to forestall another attack, to take for granted an impending blow. Quietly working at her powders, laughing a little, by sheer effort of will, since tears were near the surface, she replied, "I could not be spared, Mr. Gregory, this winter. I see you are a little disposed to undervalue my services. There are several cases of sickness now, and I am vain enough to think I am needed. Besides, you know, I love Fraternia. I do not want to go away from home." The minor arts of coquetry were all unknown and foreign to Anna, but the genius of her woman's nature and intuition was thrown into the last sentence with full effect. The strong spirit of Gregory, which could meet the assaults and buffets of reproach and detraction without shrinking, and which would have rejected expressed sympathy, was mastered for a minute by the delicate comprehension and implied fidelity of Anna's words. She knew better than to see the momentary suspicion of dimness in his eyes, or to note the silence which for a little space he did not care to break. When at last he spoke, it was to ask, in a wholly matter-of-fact manner, "Have I not heard that Mr. Burgess was a particularly successful public speaker?" Anna looked up quickly then. "You may have heard it, for I am sure it is true," she said. Another pause for reflection, and then Gregory said, "It is becoming urgently necessary that the purpose and future of Fraternia should be promoted by someone capable of going about, particularly in the cities, and presenting our aims publicly, before audiences of people." Anna had gathered up her powders now, and put them in her pocket, and stood ready to go, but she stopped, and her face kindled with swift recognition and welcome of the thought in Gregory's mind. "And you have thought that Mr. Burgess might do this, and so still serve the cause, and yet do it for a while under easier conditions?" she exclaimed. "Mr. Gregory, I cannot tell you how glad I should be if this plan could be carried out. I am really a little anxious about my husband. I am sure that this would work well for everyone, and it might solve several problems at once." He smiled, a little sadly, at her confident eagerness, said that they must consider it seriously, and then stood aside to let her pass out and go home. It was not necessary for him to say, as he bade her good night, that he wished it were expedient for him to walk home with her. She understood his theory of what was wise for himself in such matters. She approved it. Nevertheless, she found it hard to leave him alone just then in the deserted mill. Halfway back she met Everett, plodding through the mud, with his hands in his pockets and whistling to keep his spirits up, she fancied. "Be extra kind to Mr. Gregory tonight," she said, womanlike, unable to resist the longing to help as he paused a moment. "Why?" he asked, frowning. "Have they been at him again?" Anna nodded and passed on, afraid to say more. "Fools," he murmured between his teeth, and plunged on against the wind. But Anna went home with beatific vision to soothe her spirit, of Keith comfortable at last in a good hotel, with menus and waiters, bells and bathrooms in infinite series. End of chapter 32. Recorded by Cadia Battersby.
Chapter 33 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by WendyKatzHiller, Ann Arbor, Michigan. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. Chapter 33. "Lo, fool," he said, "ye talk fool's treason. Is the king thy brother fool?" Then little Dagonet clapped his hands and shrilled, "Aye, aye, my brother fool, the king of fools, conceits himself as God that he can make figs out of thistles, silk from bristles, milk from burning spurge, honey from hornet combs, and men from beasts. Long live the king of fools." Tennyson. But yours the cold heart and the murderous tongue, the wintry soul that hates to hear a song, the closed-shut fist, the mean and measuring eye, and all the little poisoned ways of wrong. The Rubaiyat. Everett had improvised a studio in the low loft over the bachelor's quarters, contiguous to the cabin which he and Gregory shared. It was necessary, he said, for him to get down to hard work now. That hedging and ditching nonsense was great sport for a man's holidays, but he had no more time to play. He must paint. The work he had produced in Fulham had not been, often, especially saleable or popular in its character, a certain mystic quality pervading it not readily understood by casual observers. All that, he declared, was now to be rigidly excluded from his painting. He should paint to sell, cheap, pretty things, picturesque, palpable. With this purpose he had set to work with a will, and by February had a few $100s to turn over to the Treasury as the fruit of his industry. His pictures were sold in the North through Keith Burgess as intermediary. He was hard at work in the studio at 9 o'clock on a night in February, laying in the outline for a bit of the valley which he declared he could paint now with his eyes shut. He had done it so often, having found it a good cellar, when he heard Gregory's step on the stairs. That the boy had just brought the mail up from Spalding, Everett knew, having heard the horse galloping over the bridge and stopping before the house. Gregory came in now with several letters in his hand, one open. He did not speak at first, and Everett let him walk up and down the place undisturbed, seeing that he was peculiarly perplexed, probably by the open letter, which Everett noticed was in Keith Burgess's handwriting. After a few moments, he remarked slowly, but with an unusually incisive quality in his tone, "Burgess is a singularly prudent little man. Did it ever strike you so?" "He has some capacity, however, for the opposite quality." Everett threw out this remark with no manifestation of especial interest, and it seemed to pass unnoticed. "Having it in his power," Gregory continued, with the same incisive deliberation, "to extricate us from our whole present difficulty himself with the utmost ease, he yet jogs about the country after a comfortable fashion, presenting the subject publicly as the occasion offers, and sends me back such letters as this." Lifting the sheet in his hand, Gregory read from it. "I held a meeting last night in Grand Rapids, to which I have been working up carefully for over a week through the press, etc. The attendance was fair, and the people listened well. I regret, however, to be obliged to report that the practical results of the meeting were not all that we could have wished." And dropping the letter, Gregory added, "And so on copiously through nearly 4 pages of matchless ambiguity and polite phrases, which could all have been condensed to the usual sum total of his reports. Thus far, nothing." "Still, Mr. Gregory, we must remember that he did pretty well for the first few weeks." "Yes," said Gregory, nodding a short assent. "While he was covering the field which was ready for harvest, seeing the men already committed to the cause, we can evidently expect nothing more from him. What kind of a speaker is he, Everett?" "Good, really very good as a special pleader. He had very fair success when he was missionary secretary." "I wonder at it," murmured Gregory. "A mild, prudent little man like that with his perpetual fears and scruples. I cannot fancy his ever letting himself go." Everett, unwontedly sober and silent, worked on. Gregory paced the room for a little while. He wanted to ask Everett how Keith's marriage with a woman like Anna could ever have come about, but he could not bring himself to frame the question, and presently left the studio. Hanging about the door below, Gregory found Barnabas Rosenblatt, apparently waiting to speak with him. "Hello," said Gregory, not unkindly, but shortly. "Do you want me?" "Well, just a minute, if Herr Gregory was not too busy." And the little Jew shuffled along by Gregory's side until they reached the door of the cabin. Gregory brought his visitor in and gave him a chair, then stirred up a smoldering fire and threw on a piece of pine, which, flaring up into a sudden blaze, made other light unnecessary. The reflection of the yellow flames played weirdly over the walls, and Barnabas seemed unable to withdraw his eyes from the picture above the chimney. "Our Lady," he said simply, nodding across at Gregory, and closing his eyes impressively. "Well, Barnabas, what is it you want?" asked his host. "It's Our Lady," said Barnabas, sniffing quite vigorously. "Das it is. How she fall off!" And he shook his head with slow, mournful motion. "Fall off what? I do not understand, Barnabas. You are speaking of Sister Benina?" Gregory's face changed. So, and the little man nodded emphatically. "She's got awful poor. Oh my, her bones come right through the next. My Kleine, She say Our Lady don't eat nothing, just only little milk and work like a holy angel everywheres at one time, up and down the valley, sick folks and well folks, all derselb. Light come all place she come. And Barnabas relapsed into meditative silence, having found his vocabulary hard tested by this prolonged statement. Do you mean that Sister Benina is sick? Asked Gregory, with slight sharpness. Ja, Herr Gregory. She has went home sick who'd been from the so-class down to der mill. When she go, all go. Fraternio ona Sister Benina. And the little man drew his shoulders quite up to his ears in a characteristic shrug strongly expressive of a thing unthinkable. Gregory rose, Barnabas following his example. I will go over and inquire, he said, taking his hat, and they left the house at once. The night was cold. A light fall of snow lay over the valley, and the stars glittered from a frosty sky. When they reached the neighborhood of Anna's cottage, Gregory sent Barnabas up to the door, while he waited at a little distance. In a few moments Frida, who now shared Anna's cabin, joined him, while Barnabas, with the action of a waiting watchdog, humble and yet with a due sense of responsibility, hung about nearby. Frida's account was reassuring as far as immediate solicitude for Anna was concerned. She had come home ill from the afternoon sewing class and had a chill, headache, and fever. She was resting now and would doubtless be up again in a day or two. Nothing can keep her down, Mr. Gregory, Frida said in conclusion. I am not frightened just now, but we all see plainly that Sister Benina is killing herself by inches. She eats hardly anything, and yet works as if there were no limit to her strength. Sometimes I think she is just laying down her very life for us here in Fraternia, and we're not worth it. And with this Frida's voice broke a little, and without stopping to say more, she hurried back. Gregory bade Barnabas good night hastily, and then, instead of going home, he walked rapidly down the rough road to the mill, unlocked the door, and went into his office and sat down at his desk. His face had changed strangely. It had grown gray, and his lips were tightly compressed. He sat long in motionless silence, thinking intensely. Although he had himself watched Anna with growing uneasiness, the suggestions of Frida and Barnabas came upon him with startling effect. He asked himself now with unsparing definiteness whether this was indeed the final turn of the wheel of torture on which he was bound, or whether he could wait for another. The conviction was upon him, stark and stern, that in the end he should yield and seek the one means of escape which was still open to him, and which he had been holding off with almost dogged resolution. He recalled the shaping of events in Anna's life during the last few months, and his face softened. Late in November, when Keith went north, she had accompanied him, having been sent for by her sister Lucia. Their mother, Julielma Mallison, upon whom age and infirmity had increased heavily, had conceived a controlling desire to return to her childhood home, the Moravian town of Bethlehem, to end her days. Anna had visited Haran, therefore, and had brought her mother back to her early home, establishing her there in the quiet widow's house in peace and satisfaction. At Christmas, when she returned alone to Fraternia, Anna had seemed to bring with her a new infusion of active and aggressive force. Relieved of anxiety for Keith, whom she had left in good spirits, and from the constant ministration to his comfort, she was now wholly free to devote herself to the common good. With new and contagious ardor, she had thrown herself, therefore, into the life of the discouraged little community, cheering the faint-hearted and rekindling the flagging purposes of the fickle. She taught the girls and women quaint fashions of embroidery and work on linen, which she had learned from her mother, and inspired them with the ambition to earn something with their needles, thus dispelling their listlessness. She seemed at times to possess, in her own enthusiasm and courage, sufficient motive power to energize them all. She worked and moved among them as if no less a task had been given her, and with a sweetness and sympathy that never failed. All who watched her wondered at the power in her, and many who had murmured hitherto now declared themselves ashamed, and responded willingly. John Gregory marveled more and more at the qualities of brilliant leadership which she now developed. Within him a voice, which he could not always silence, sometimes whispered that if such a nature as that which had been gradually revealed to him in Anna Burgess, in its plenitude of power and its greatness of purpose, could have been allied to his own, a movement far beyond what he had even dreamed of in Fraternia might have been possible. But while a certain reinforcement of courage had followed Anna's strong initiative, and while in some respects the domestic conditions of the people had been improved and their murmurings for the time partially silenced, the gravity of the situation and of the prospects for the future as Gregory saw them remained unchanged. Keith's mission had proved unproductive, as the letter just received emphasized afresh. Gregory himself could not leave Fraternia at this juncture without manifest peril. Only his personal influence now availed to hold together many discordant elements which were very actively at work and arrayed against each other. From no quarter could he discern any hope of substantial support. And now, last of all, she was laid low. Worse, they told him she was laying down her life in her devotion to his cause. She, his one high-hearted, intrepid, dauntless ally. Bitterly, Gregory said to himself that she who had freely left wealth and station was starving and working to her death to save him from defeat, and all in vain unless— Should he calmly sit by and permit the sacrifice? Great of heart as she was, all her work could not avail, nor his, unless aid of another kind could be found, and that at once. And it could be found. Of that he had little doubt. To find it he must, indeed, make a certain compromise, but it was one which involved only himself, his own position, perhaps, after all, only his own pride. Had he not himself preached against the subtle selfishness which underlies the passion for individual perfection? Did not the common good and the larger interests of his cause call for the sacrifice? Gregory rose at last and went to the outer door of the mill. It was 5 o'clock of the February morning, and off to the east a faint yellowish light was climbing up the sky. The mill pond lay dead in its stillness below him. The water fell quietly, stilled with ice, over the dam. The valley stretched out white and cold. A mile below was the black belt of the forest, and beyond, the dim plain with the stars shining over. It was pure and cold and pitiless. In sky or earth, no sign of relenting, no suggestion of a gentler day. But Gregory was not looking for signs or reckoning with omens, save the omen which had come unasked and taken up its abode in his mind. He was thinking not of the scene before him, nor of the sleeping village behind, nor even of the outline of the future, nor of Anna in her pain and patience. An old story was repeating itself within him of the ancient king to whom the Sibyl came bringing 9 books, which, being offered, he rejected, and of how, in the end, it had been the fate of the king to desire the 3 which alone were left, and to obtain them at a 3-fold price. Presently, the door of the mill was closed, and Gregory returned to his desk. There was sternness in his face as he set about writing a letter, and self-disdain and humiliation, but he wrote on and finished the letter, which he signed and sealed. Then, without further hesitation or pause, he crossed the road to the mill stables, brought out and saddled his own horse, a tall roan, fit to carry a man of his proportions, mounted it, and rode away down the valley toward Spalding. The letter which he chose to mail with his own hand was addressed to Senator Ingram, and it stated briefly that the writer had come to the conclusion that his rejection of the generous gift offered him on a certain night known to them both was ill-advised, and that if the same or any part of it were offered him now for the furtherance of his cooperative work, it would not be refused. A week passed, and Anna, protesting that she was well as ever, had returned to her regular round of cares. The only change in her appearance was a peculiar whiteness of the tints of her skin, such that her face at times seemed actually to emit light. The contrast of this whiteness of tint with the masses of her dull dark hair and the large clear eyes, full of the changing lights which lurk in hazel eyes, gave her at this time a startling beauty, startling because it suggested evanescence. Most marked, Fraternia people said, was this phase of Anna's appearance on a night near the end of another week, when a large company was gathered in the hall over the mill for an entertainment. Anna had been much interested through the winter in a series of authors' evenings, and this chanced to be the occasion for the closing program of the series. The subject was Lowell, and prose had been read and poetry declaimed, the changes rung on all, humorous, pathetic, and patriotic. The little hall was full and the audience eager for the closing number because it was to be given by Anna herself, who had a charming gift in rendering poetry. She had chosen a number of passages from the Commemoration Ode, and as she stood on the platform with its dark crimson background and drapery, dressed as she was habitually when indoors, in white, her eyes kindling as she spoke the noble words of the noblest American poem, the audience watched her face with an attention even closer than that with which they listened to her voice. This, indeed, showed a slight weakness, but the eloquence and energy of her spirit subdued it to a deeper pathos, while its impressiveness was most marked when she reached the close of the 5th strophe, every word of which to her meant John Gregory. But then to stand beside her, when craven churls deride her, to front a lie in arms and never yield, this shows, methinks, God's plan, and measure of a stalwart man, limbed like the old heroic breeds, fed from within with all the strength he needs. She was halfway through the lines when a striking and incomprehensible change passed over her. Her eyes dilated, then drooped, her breath almost forsook her, and her quiet hands clasped each other hard. She continued to speak, but her voice had lost its tone and timbre. Almost mechanically she kept on to the close of the part she had selected, but those who loved her feared to see her fall before the end. When she reached the room behind the stage, the faithful Frida was waiting to receive her. What had happened? Was it merely that Sister Benina was still weak from her illness? As they broke up, these questions were repeatedly asked among the people. Some of them called attention to the fact that, while she was speaking, a stranger had tiptoed into the hall so noiselessly that only a few persons had been aware of his coming. But he was a man of so singular a physiognomy and an expression so repellent that a vague connection was felt to link Anna's agitation with his appearance. This man was Oliver Ingram. Anna, with Frida, hurrying out of the mill alone into the blackness of the starless and stormy night, and turning homeward, heard steps approaching, heavy and hard. Someone passed them. Anna knew only by the great height and breadth of shoulder, dimly discerned through the dark, that it was Gregory. She stopped, and he turned, catching a glimpse of her white face. "Mr. Gregory," she said, "Oliver Ingram is here. What can it mean?" "Here already?" he cried almost harshly. "I have only this moment received a dispatch." And he hastened forward, as if he might yet interpose some obstacle to this most unwelcome arrival. The words in the dispatch, crumpled fiercely and thrust into Gregory's pocket, were these: "My son will be the bearer of the funds required. Trust you will give him the opportunity he desires for study of social problems. Ingram." It was the first word of reply to his letter which Gregory had received, and it was a word which made him set hard his teeth and groan like a wounded lion. "Perhaps it is fair," he said to himself as he crossed the bridge, "but Ingram's nemesis as the price is a higher one than even I expected." Above, in the mill hall, Oliver was mingling with the people who were in the habit of remaining together for an hour of social interchange after the program on these occasions. He quickly found his old townsman, Mr. Hanson, who seemed more amazed than rejoiced to greet him in Fraternia. "Stopped over, to see our village?" he asked. "On your way north, I suppose?" "Oh, no," said Oliver, smiling complacently. "I have come straight from home. I have a commission for your Tsar from my father, and I rather look to throwing in my fortunes with you folks. I want to see how this experiment works. Study it, you know, on all sides. If I like it, I guess I shall stay." "Oh, really?" said Hanson, a little aghast. "How are you getting on, anyway?" proceeded Oliver craftily. "Rose color washed off yet? Has it been pretty idyllic this winter? Say, I should think catering for a crowd up in this valley would be quite a job. Don't get salads and ices every day, I take it." Hanson shook his head impatiently, longing to get away from the questioner. "Well," said Oliver, "I suppose by this time Gregory the Great has issued his edicts and made all the poor people rich, hasn't he? And all the rich people poor? That seems to be the method of evening up. I don't wonder the poor fellows like it. Should think they would." "You will know better about us when you've been here a while, Mr. Ingram." Oliver nodded cheerfully. "Oh, yes, of course. I am going to take notes, you see. Perhaps I'll write it up by and by." And he tapped the neat notebook which protruded from a pocket of his coat. "Are all the sinners saints by this time?" he added. "Hardly." "Well, then, we'll put it the other way," said Oliver, with a peculiar significance in his high voice. "Are the saints all sinners yet?" The malicious leer with which this question was accompanied seemed to turn it into a hateful insinuation, which Hansen, with all his half-suppressed discontent, resented hotly. He was about to make a hasty reply when Gregory came up and spoke to Oliver, to whom he held out his hand. His manner was as cold as could be with decent courtesy, and when Oliver had shaken his hand, he passed his handkerchief over it with the impulse a man has after touching a slug or a snake. Oliver noticed the gesture and rubbed his long white hands together reflectively. End of chapter 33, recording by WendyKatzHiller, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Chapter 34 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Usha from Novi. A Woman of Yesterday by Carolyn Atwater Mason. Chapter 34. Look in my face. My name is Might Have Been. I am also called No More, Too Late, Farewell. Unto thine ear I hold the dead seashell, cast up thy life's foam-fretted feet between. Unto thine eyes the glass where that is seen, which had life's form and love's, but by my spell is now a shaken shadow intolerable of ultimate things unuttered, the frail screen. Mark me, how still I am. D.G. Rossetti. It was mid-April and the afternoon of a day of perfect weather, of summer rather than spring. The hills around Fretania were covered now in sheets of flame color, white and rose from the blossoming of the wild azalea and laurel. The air was laden with perfume and flooded with sunshine. It was at the close of the afternoon school when Anna, a company of the children with her, started to climb the eastern hill which rose a little beyond the mill pond to gather flowers. Gregory, from the open window of his office in the mill, watched the pretty troop as they threaded their way up the steep path and were soon lost to sight in the woods. He heard them speak of Eagle Rock as the goal of their expedition, a favorite point of view, less than a mile to walk and nearly on the crest of the hills. Anna was dressed in the coarse white cotton of Fredania manufacture, which was the usual dress of the girls and women of the village in the house, and out in dry, warm weather, simply made, easily laundered, cleanly and becoming. Her tall figure, the last to disappear up the woodland path, had attracted the eyes of another, as well as of John Gregory. Oliver Ingraham, in these 2 months, grown an all too familiar figure in Fretania, finding his way stealthily and untiringly to every nook and corner of the valley, had also watched the start from some lurking place. It was half an hour later when Gregory noticed him sauntering casually along the foot of the hill, and, with an air of indifference, striking into the same path which Anna and the children had taken. Gregory watched him a moment fixedly, his eyebrows knit together, and he bit his lip with impatience and disgust. Of late, Oliver had shown an ominous propensity to haunt Anna, whose dislike of his presence amounted well nigh to terror. More than once Gregory's watchful eyes, which never left Oliver's movements long unnoted, had observed attempts on his part to follow or to overtake her, to seek her out and attach himself to her. Invariably, Oliver found himself foiled in these attempts, although he had no means of attributing the interference to Gregory. Thus far, the intervention had been accomplished almost unnoticeably, but none the less effectively. The afternoon was a busy one for Gregory. The mill, no longer silent and deserted, was running now on full time, and to the great satisfaction of a majority of the colonists, Gregory had withdrawn his scruples against selling the products of their manufacture at a reasonable profit. He was finding it easier and easier to compromise with his initial scruples. It had also become more imperative to try to meet, in so far as was reasonable, the demands of the people, since already Fraternia had suffered serious defections. A number of substantial families had withdrawn earlier in the spring, among them the Hansons and the Taylors, who had taken the pretty Fraulein Freda with them, to Anna's great regret. Others had talked of leaving, and in spite of the greater financial easiness, criticism and jealousy were at work in the little company at first so united. The almost insuperable difficulties attending the experiment had now fully declared themselves. However, there was plenty of work to do, which was a material relief. Gregory glanced now at the pile of papers before him on his desk, and then once more through the window at the figure of Oliver receding up the hill. No, he could not run the risk of allowing him to overtake and annoy Anna. The work must wait. Taking his hat, he left the mill hastily. But instead of choosing the path behind Oliver, Gregory turned and went up the valley a little distance, struck through behind the houses, crossed a bit of boggy ground which lay at the foot of the hill in this part of the valley, and so mounted the hill below Eagle Rock in a line to intercept Oliver before he could overtake Anna, if such were his purpose. There was no path up this side of the hill, but Gregory found no trouble in striding through the deep underbrush which would have swamped the women and children completely. Soon he reached a point from which he commanded a sight of Eagle Rock, and a glance showed him the fluttering dresses of the children already on its summit. In another moment he dashed up on a sharp climb, for the hill was very steep at this point, and reached the path only a short distance from the base of the rock. He looked up, but no one was in sight, then down the path, and in a moment Oliver came into view, walking much more rapidly than 15 minutes before, when he had entered the woods. He slackened his pace as he caught sight of Gregory slowly approaching down the path, and sought to hide a very evident discomfiture with his evil smile. "You got up here in pretty good time, didn't you, Mr. Gregory?" he asked as he reached him. "I saw you, seems to me, in your office when I came along. I have taken my time, you see, a beautiful day for a walk." Oliver's small green-gray eyes twinkled wickedly as he spoke these apparently harmless words, for he saw or felt that beneath every one of them Gregory's anger, roused at last, reached a higher pitch. Oliver perfectly understood what he was here for. "I have a word to say to you," said Gregory stormily. "You'll have to stop haunting the women and children, and annoying them with your attentions. I speak perfectly plainly, Mr. Ingraham. They are not agreeable, and they must be stopped." You rule with a rod of iron here, Gregory, said Oliver, his long fingers twining together. What you say goes. Still, you know, you might go a little too far. Gregory did not reply, but stood watching him as a lion might watch a reptile. I'm willing to stay in Fretania under favorable conditions, Oliver proceeded with hideous cunning. But I should think, as I'm paying pretty well for my accommodations, I ought at least to get the liberty of the grounds. What do you say? I say, go, this minute, or I'll throw you neck and crop down that bank, said Gregory with unmistakable sincerity, at which Oliver suddenly cowed, and his weak legs, trembling under him, faced about promptly and retreated down the path. He paused at a safe distance, while Gregory's hands tingled to collar him, and called back in a loud, confidential whisper. You can have her all to yourself this time. That's all right. And with this, he hurried off, his thin lips writhing in a malicious smile, and his hands clenched tightly and cruelly. For a moment, Gregory stood still in the path. A dark flush had mounted slowly even to his forehead. He was irresolute whether to follow and find Anna, or to return directly to the valley. Something in Oliver's ugly taunt acted like a challenge upon him, it seemed, for turning and catching through the trees the glimmer of Anna's white dress, he hastened on up the path. He found her sitting on a mossy rock at the foot of the cliff, where there were trees and shade and a fair view of the valley and the blue billowing sea of the mountain ranges beyond. Her strength and color had returned with the outdoor life of the spring, and she looked today the embodiment of radiant health. Greatly astonished at Gregory's appearance, she yet welcomed it with unaffected gladness, starting to rise from her low seat with the impulses of social observance which she could not quite outgrow even in the wilderness. But he motioned to her to sit still. All around her the children had flung their branches of laurel and azalea, running off to gather more and bring her, and the delicate suffusion of color made an exquisite background to the picture. The picture itself, Gregory thought, Everett ought to have painted for a Madonna. For in Anna's lap leaned a sturdy, fair-haired boy, with a cherub face, a child of less than 4 years, his head thrust back against her shoulder as he looked out from that vantage ground with serene eyes at Gregory, while Anna held one round little hand in hers and looked down upon the child with all the wistful fondness of unfulfilled maternal love. Do not smile, said Gregory, with affected sternness at last, as she glanced up from the child to him with a questioning smile, expecting some explanation for his presence here. I have come this time to scold you. Oh dear, said Anna, with a gay little laugh of surprise. My turn has come. Yes, your turn has come, he continued gravely. Do you not know that when you come away on such long, lonely climbs as this, even with the children, you give us anxiety for you and trouble? I have had to come all this distance to take care of you. Anna shook her head, much more puzzled than penitent. What is there to be troubled about? She cried. Gregory did not answer at once. He found it impossible to make mention of Oliver in her presence. He fixed his eyes on the little child, who was on his knees now by Anna's side, pouring out into her white dress a small handful of scarlet berries and letting them run like jewels through his fingers, laughing to see them roll. Do you not know, he began again very slowly, that we fear for your strength, for your endurance, upon which You will never yourself have mercy? Anna began to protest a little, her color deepening at some vague change in his tone and manner. Do you not know, he continued, not heeding her interruption, that you are the very heart of our life here in Fratania? That we all turn to you for our inspiration, our hope, our ideal? Should we not guard you, since without you we all should fade and fail? Never before had Anna heard this cadence of tenderness in Gregory's voice, nor in the voice of man or woman. The whole strength of his protecting manhood, of his high irreverence and his strong heart was in it. But there was something more. What was it? A tremor ran through Anna's heart. Could she dare to know? She lifted her eyes at last to meet his look, and what she read was what she had never dreamed of, never feared, nor hoped, the supreme human love which a man can know. Reading this, she did not fear nor faint nor draw her own look away, but rather her eyes met his, full of awe and solemn joy. For at last, in that moment, her own heart was revealed to itself. "Oh, Anna, oh, Benigna!" Gregory spoke at last, or rather it seemed as if the whole deep heart of the man breathed out its life on the syllables of these two names. In the silence which followed, Anna sat quite quiet in her place, the sun and the soft shadows of the young oak leaves playing over her face and figure. The child still tossed his red berries with ripples of gleeful laughter over the whiteness of her dress, and not far away could be heard the busy voices of the older children as they ruthlessly broke away the blossoms from their stems. And in the sun and shade and the stillness Anna sat, while wave after wave of incredible joy broke over her spirit. For the first time in her life she knew love, knowing it for what it was. She had not asked to know it, nor mourned that she had missed its full measure, nor dreamed that it could yet be hers, but it had come, not stayed by bonds, nor stopped by vows. It was here! The man whose strong spirit, in its freedom and power, had cast its spell upon her mysteriously even before she had seen his face, save in a dream, loved her with eyes to look like that upon her, and that mighty tenderness. Life was fulfilled. Let death come now. It was enough. The moment, being supreme in its way, was not one to leave room for outward excitement, for flutter and trepidation. Anna rose now from her place with perfect calmness, and bent to take the little laughing child by the hand while she went to call the others together. Gregory had turned away slightly, and with his arms crossed over his breast was leaning hard against a rugged wall of the cliff, his head thrown back against it, his face set, his whole aspect as of some granite figure of heroic mould carved there in relief. Anna heard a sound like a groan break from his lips, and turning back with an irresistible impulse, laid her hand, light as a leaf, upon his arm. From head to foot Gregory trembled then. "Don't," he said sternly under his breath. "What is it?" asked Anna, confused at his sudden harshness. "It is the end," he said, with the low distinctness and the emphasis of finality. Then, only then, did Anna waken to perceive that what in that brief moment of joy she had taken for glory was only shame and loss and undoing unless smothered at the birth. An inarticulate cry broke from her then, so poignant, although low, that the little child, pulling at her dress, began to cry piteously. She stooped to comfort him, gave him again the hand which she had laid on Gregory's arm, then turning, walked slowly away. Gregory made no motion to detain her or to follow, but stood as she left him, braced against the rock. Anna gathered her little flock, and they hastened down the hill in a gay procession, with the waving branches of April bloom and the merry voices of the children. Only Sister Benigna, as she walked among them, little Judith noticed, was white and still. End of chapter 34. Recording by Usha from Novi. Chapter 35 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Usha from Novi. A Woman of Yesterday by Carolyn Atwater Mason. Chapter 35. Then fell thick rain, plume drooped, and mantle clung, and pettish cries awoke, and the wan day went glooming down in wet and weariness. But under her black brows a swarthy one laughed shrilly, crying, "Praise the patient saints! Our one white day of innocence hath passed, though somewhat draggled at the skirt. So be it." Tennyson. At 9 o'clock that evening, Barnabas Rosenblatt, working around the mill stables, was startled at the sudden appearance of Gregory, who passed him without speaking, as he went hurriedly into the stall and brought out his horse. The day had been followed by a night of brilliant moonlight, and Barnabas saw as distinctly as if it had been day that his face, usually firm and composed, was drawn and haggard to a degree. He started to speak to him, but an imperious gesture of Gregory silenced him. Without a word, Barnabas therefore assisted him in saddling the horse, and then stood perplexed as he watched him gallop away down the valley in the moonlight, straight on through a narrow bridle path which led by a short cut through the sketch of oak wood to the little hamlet of Spalding. Gregory galloped. He had reached the outskirts of the woods, and was in sight of the level meadows and the cluster of lights of the village beyond, when he suddenly perceived the figure of a man on foot approaching him from the direction of Spalding. A few steps more, and Gregory saw, with surprise and strange perturbation, that it was Keith Burgess. He reined up his horse and stood motionless until Keith had reached him, and called out a greeting as he stood in the path, looking a pygmy beside the titanic proportions of the horse and rider. The moonlight showed Keith more thin and wan than ever. He had returned to Fredenia once before this spring, in March, but after a week had been glad to go back to Baltimore with some rather vague commission. His return at this time was wholly unexpected, even by Anna. Keith had long since come to stand to Gregory for something like a concrete embodiment of his many disappointments and vexations, by reason of his lukewarm participation in his own purposes, his ineffective labors, and his continual draught upon Anna's sympathies. As Gregory looked down upon him, thrown at this moment so unexpectedly in his path, a singular hardness towards the man came upon him, for he was hard beset by passion, and while he meant to have no mercy upon himself, he was not in the mood to have mercy upon another man, least of all, perhaps, upon Keith. "You're going back to Fretania?" he asked coldly, his tone striking Keith with chill surprise. The latter assented as a matter of course. There was a moment of silence. Keith felt something sinister in the nature of it. "Why should you go back there?" Gregory asked, now with the same careless coldness. "You have no heart in Fretania or its purposes." Keith was stirred and answered pointedly, "I have at least a wife in Fretania, Mr. Gregory." Gregory looked at him a moment with a measuring glance, noting his wasted and feeble appearance. "I suppose you do need nursing," he said slowly. Keith Burgess turned a shy pale. Was this wanton injury? Did Gregory wish to insult him? What did it mean? Gregory did not know himself. He knew only that, in the agony of that night, for he had fully resolved himself to see Anna no more, the sight of Keith Burgess worked like madness in his brain. "Mrs. Burgess," he said now, with a deliberation of strongly suppressed excitement, "is more highly endowed for great issues than any person I have ever known. It's almost a pity that she should not have freedom to use her powers in the greater activities to which she is fitted." Each sentence, cruel with all the cruelty which the climax of pride and passion could inspire, pierced the heart of Keith like a shaft barbed with steel. He stepped backward and leaned against a tree, breathing hard. The occult, mysterious quality of the moment's experience to him was that he saw himself distinctly and as if by an inexorable necessity, turning away from Fretania and going back by the way which he had come. Without another word, Gregory tightened his rein and galloped on, out through the wood's edge, and so down to the plain. He did not see, in the high excitement of the moment, the figure of a man lurking stealthily among the trees at no great distance from where Keith stood. When the sound of the horse's hoofs had died away, this figure stepped softly out from its shelter and passed along the bridle path, peering inquisitively in the face of Keith as he still stood where Gregory had left him. But neither did Keith observe him nor care who he was, and so he went on his way toward Fretania. He looked back once or twice. His last look showed him that Keith had gathered himself together and was walking slowly away in the direction from which he had come. Keith walked blindly on, not knowing why he went, nor where he went, like a man who has suffered a heavy blow upon his brain, and moves only automatically, without thought or will. On the outskirts of the village, near the railroad, he passed a barn, rickety and disused, but there was old hay in a heap on the floor of it. It offered shelter, and shelter without the contact with others, from which he shrunk as if he were in disgrace, and fleeing for his life. Accordingly, Keith went into this place, drawing the broken door together as far as he could move it on its rusty hinges, threw himself on the heap of hay, and slept until 5 o'clock in the morning. The one passenger train of the day passing through Spalding eastward was due at 5 o'clock. Keith was wakened by the long whistle announcing its approach, and came dizzily out into the chill and wet of a miserable morning. The train slowed down as it neared the place where he stood. He swung himself upon it with the brief but tense nervous energy of great exhaustion, sank into a vacant seat in the foul, unventilated car, and was carried on, whither he did not know or care. Anna, coming back from the walk to Eagle Rock, had gone to her own house alone. Here she spent the earlier hours of the evening in the deepest travail of soul she had ever known. The purity and unworldliness of all her life, both the life of her girlhood and that with Keith, had served to keep far from her familiarity with possibilities of moral danger. She was as innocent of certain kinds of evil as a child, and the thought that the temptation to a guilty love could assault her would until this day have appeared to her incredible. And now, in the fierce struggle of this passion, the only one she had ever known, she knew herself not only capable of sin, but caught at last in its power. Not that for a moment she dreamed of any compromise of outward fidelity. Such a thought she rejected with horror as inconceivable either to herself or to Gregory, whom she firmly believed to be far stronger than she. But the flaw in faithfulness had come already, beyond recall, beyond repair. Her whole soul moved toward this man, who had so long secretly dominated her inner life with a mighty and overwhelming tide. Her relation to Keith had been that of gentlest consideration, kindliness, and affection. More it had never been, and tonight it seemed as powerless to stay the flood of passion as a wall of sand built on the shore of an infinite sea by the hands of a child. So Anna thought, so she felt. She went to the door of her cabin with this thought mastering her, driven by restlessness and longing to feel the coolness of the night air on her face. For a moment she stood in her open door and saw mechanically that the moonlight was shed abroad in the valley. She heard the voices of the men across the river singing in a strong, sweet chorus. Then suddenly, as if the words had been spoken in her ear, the thought came to her, "But Keith needs me. He needs me now." What was it? She did not know. She never understood. The sense was strong upon her that Keith was near her, that he was in some danger and needed her. Without pause to consider what she did, Anna flew down the river path and reached the mill breathless. The pond lay in the moonlight, motionless. The air did not stir. The mill was still and dark and deserted. The woods were dim with their night mystery. She looked down the valley and up and across the river, and everywhere was perfect peace, save in her own heart. Then, in the silence, she heard a step approaching from the direction of the woods below. She drew back hastily into the protection of the mill porch and waited for the steps to pass. Whoever it was paused for a little time above the mill, and Anna's heart beat hard with a sense of dread and danger. Finally, she heard the steps pass on, and when she returned to the road, she recognized the unmistakable figure of the man now moving on in the unshadowed moonlight to the bridge above. It was Oliver Ingraham. Slowly Anna returned to her own cottage, not daring to do otherwise, her heavy oppression on her heart. Early in the morning, which was cold and rainy, Oliver was at her door, and she answered his summons herself, full of a vague, trembling anxiety. He scanned her face narrowly. It was careworn and hollow-eyed, for she had slept not at all. In silence he handed her a letter, broken at the edges and soiled with long carrying about. She glanced at the address. It was Keith's, written by herself, perhaps a month before, not a recent letter. She looked at Oliver in speechless perplexity. I found that lying on the ground down near Spalding last night, he said, still eyeing her craftily, and with that hurried off, giving her not another word. Anna went in, closed the door, and drew out the letter. It was unimportant, insignificant, simply an ordinary letter of wifely affection and solicitude, but one which had evidently been much read, being worn on the folds. Who could have carried it save Keith himself? Had he, then, been really near her the night before? Was he really coming? Anna knew already that it was for this she longed supremely. Noon brought to Everett a special messenger with a letter from Gregory, who brought with him also the roan horse ridden the night before to the county town, C and evidently ridden fiercely. At C was the bank where Gregory transacted all his business. This letter stated, first of all, that he had suddenly reached the conclusion that it was important and imperative that he should go at once to England in the interests of the colony. He should not return to Fraternia before sailing. He wished to empower Everett to act in his place during his absence, which would not be for more than 3 months. Various items of business were enumerated, and the letter closed with this remarkable statement: the funds furnished by Mr. Ingraham of Burlington have been returned to him, with the exception of the $5,000 already used, which I shall restore at my earliest opportunity. This removes the obligation from us of counting Mr. Oliver Ingraham as one of our number, and I beg that you will signify to him my conviction that his continued presence in Fraternia is impossible. Do not allow him to stay a day if you can help yourself, and keep him under your eye while he remains. End of chapter 35. Recording by Usha from Novi.
Chapter 36 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monika Rolley. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. Chapter 36. I said farewell. I stepped across the cracking earth and knew 'twould yawn behind me. I must walk right on. Fate has carried me. Mid the thick arrows I will keep my stand, not shrink and let the shaft pass by my breast. To pierce another, oh, 'tis written large, the thing I have to do. George Eliot. The following morning Anna sent for Oliver. Word had reached her that he was about to leave Fraternia. In the depths of her present distress and perplexity, a thought which had no form, a suffering which had no tongue, had arisen. Gregory, she knew, had left the village hastily that night under stress of powerful emotion, perhaps in a condition of mental excitement exceeding his own control. It seemed to her possible that somewhere on the way from Fraternia to Spalding he might have encountered Keith. The letter brought by Oliver indicated she was more and more convinced that he had really been on his way to her. If this were true, some event had interposed, something that occurred to hinder his coming. What could it have been, supposing him to have been but 2 miles away, save some mysterious, unthinkable effect of an interview with Gregory, if such there had been? It was no longer possible, no longer justifiable to await events. She must herself discover all that Oliver knew, even if the discovery were to mean despair. Alone, in her own cabin, she received Oliver. If Keith had been in Fraternia, or John Gregory, it would not have been permitted, but her intense anxiety and suspense overbore her usual shrinking from contact with a man, and Everett yielded to her wish to see him alone. Oliver entered the cabin, noting its simple appointments with his characteristic curiosity. Anna pointed to a chair which she took, although she herself remained standing. Her face was as white as her dress, her eyes deeply sunken, her manner sternly imperious. "You are going away from Fraternia today?" she asked with swift directness. "Yes," said Oliver, nodding with his peculiar smile. "This precious demigod or demagogue, whichever you please, of yours, your Imperial Gregory, has issued a ukase against me. In short, has done me the honor to banish me from the matchless delights and privileges of Fraternia." The last word was spoken with a slow emphasis of condensed contempt. "There is something really a little queer about it," Oliver continued in a different tone. "I'm on to most of what happened between my father and Gregory, but I have missed a link now somewhere. You see, the governor, in a fit of temporary aberration, offered Gregory a magnificent contribution for his socialist scheme down here, but Gregory was pretty high and lofty just then, and 'No, sir,' said he, 'I heard him, though he and the governor don't know it. No, sir, I couldn't touch your money. I'm just that astigious.' The governor had been confessing his sins to Gregory, the worse fool he. It seemed that his money had come to him in a way that might make some men squeamish, and Gregory, oh dear, no. He wouldn't have touched those ill-gotten gains as he was feeling then, not with the tip of one finger. But the joke is," Oliver went on, "that he had to come to it. Oh yes, he got down on his marrow bones to the governor here about 3 months ago, and wrote to him that he had reconsidered the matter and saw his mistake." And Oliver gave a low chuckle. "So the governor had to come down with a lucre, more or less filthy as it was, and I don't think he was quite so much in the mood for it either as he was at the first, to tell the truth. But he sent it all the same, and sent me with it, don't you see? I came as the savior of Fraternia, although I have never been so recognized. The whole town has been run the last month or 2 on Ingram money, and it seems to have greased the wheels about as well as any other money, for all I see. But now comes the unexpected. Off goes Gregory to England, sends back the governor's cheque, so I hear from Everett, and kindly writes me to take myself off. What brought him to that is what I don't quite see through yet." "I have no doubt," said Anna, concealing her dismay at Oliver's malignant disclosure with a manner of cold indifference, "that Mr. Gregory had good reasons for thinking it better for you to return to Burlington." "You're right there," retorted Oliver quickly. "Oh yes, he had excellent reasons, the best of reasons. A man who knows too much is often inconvenient, you know." "Mr. Ingraham?" Anna asked hastily, apparently ignoring this insinuation, although she trembled now from head to foot. "I'm not interested in the business relations of your father and Mr. Gregory. It was not to hear of them I sent for you. You brought me a letter yesterday, which I think must have been not long ago in my husband's possession. I wish you to tell me if, on the night when you found this letter, that is the night before last, you saw my husband in the neighborhood of Fraternia?" "Oh yes," replied Oliver, as if it were quite a matter of course. "Were you not expecting him?" "Where did you see him?" The question came quick and sharp. "Well," said Oliver reflectively, "you would like me to be exact, I suppose. Let me see, how shall I describe the place so that you will recall it distinctly?" There was a certain cold deliberation in the articulation of these words which gave them a sickening cruelty. They called up strange visions of dread and dismay to Anna's tortured imagination. "Speak more quickly," she commanded rather than asked. "The precise spot makes no difference." "It was near the edge of the woods on the Spalding side that I saw him first. The night was quite bright with moonlight, if you remember. I had taken a stroll down to Spalding myself for some of those little luxuries which Fraternia doesn't furnish, and was on my way back when I first noticed Mr. Burgess. He was just striking into the path, there by the dead oak tree. You may remember it. I noticed it because it stood out so white in the moonlight, and it was just at the foot of it that I picked up that letter. I did not know that he had dropped it, nor whose it was, until after I got home." "Undoubtedly false," thought Anna. "You had not had a chance to read it, that was all." But she did not speak. Oliver, too, was silent, as if he had answered her question and was done. "Please go on." Anna kept her patience and control still. "Oh!" exclaimed Oliver, as if surprised. "You want to hear more, do you? All right. I guess likely I'm the only man that can tell you, being the only witness, in fact." "Witness of what?" Anna cried importunately. "Well, that's it. That's what I've asked myself more than once since that night, and I rather guess as good as a description as I could give would be to call it a kind of moral murder. A moral murder." And Oliver repeated the phrase as if gratified by the acuteness of his perception in forming it. He watched her face closely, and beginning to fear from the bluish shade which tingled her pallor that Anna would soon be released from his power to torture by unconsciousness, hastily took another line. "Oh, you've nothing to worry about, Mrs. Burgess, nothing at all. There was just a little fancy of mine, just my metaphorical way of stating things. It was a very simple little incident, nothing which need affect a man unpleasantly in the least. It just happened, you see, that Gregory was galloping down the path toward Spalding, and he met your husband, and they had a little talk together, a mere quiet conversation for a few moments, and Mr. Burgess seemed to change his mind about going to Fraternia just then, and turned back toward the village. That was all. I watched him a little to be sure he didn't need any help, afterward. Gregory galloped right along. He was going to catch a train, I suppose at sea, and that made him in something of a hurry, of course." "Why should my husband have needed help, Mr. Ingram? Will you be good enough to explain yourself clearly and in as few words as possible?" Anna spoke more calmly now, but her eyes were like coals of fire. Certainly. I cannot repeat Gregory's language, not literally, but it seemed to cut Mr. Burgess up a good deal at the time. At least, I fancied so. That is what I meant by the little simile of mine a while ago. He's all over it now, of course. It was only a few words, anyway. Just that Gregory said in that short way he has once in a while. Probably you've never heard him. He wouldn't be apt to speak so to you. And Oliver decorated the sentence with one of his most insinuating smiles. "Mr. Gregory said?" Anna asked, looking into his face with an unflinching directness before which Oliver's eyes wandered nervously. "Why, he seemed surprised that Mr. Burgess should be coming back so soon, and he gave him to understand that a man like him, who was sick all the time and not much of a Fraternian either, was rather a drag on such a woman as you, don't you see? And it might be fully as well if he should keep away and give you your freedom most of the time." "Did my husband make any reply that you heard?" asked Anna huskily, this hideous distortion of unformulated traitor thoughts which had lurked in the background of her own consciousness, confronting her now to her terror, and her heart doubly sick with the loathing of being forced to ask such information from such a source. "He said you were at least his wife. I remember that. I guess that was about all. It struck me at the time that there was something in what he said, with all due respect for Gregory. He rules everything here, of course, though I suppose even to the relations between husbands and wives." The last words were lost upon Anna. "You may go now, if you please, Mr. Ingram," she said calmly. Her look and an unconscious gesture of dismissal were imperative, and Oliver, not daring to disobey, left the place without another word. For 2 days Anna sat alone and in silence, waiting for the summons, which she knew by a sure intuition must come. Oliver's story had been confirmed insofar that it had been learned that Keith had been seen in Spalding on the night of Gregory's departure, and had been known to take an eastbound train on the following morning. Nothing further was discovered regarding his movements, and it was useless to try to follow and find him. Anna could only wait. When the message came, it was, as she had known it would be, urgent and ominous. Keith was in Raleigh. He was very ill. She must go at once. Everything was ready, and with a strange composure and quietness, as of one carrying out a line of action fully foreseen, Anna went on her journey, so like and yet so unlike that other journey to Keith, which she had taken in her girlhood 10 years before. That had ended in their marriage. How would this end? Reaching the city in the afternoon, Anna was driven with the haste she demanded to the address named in the message, which had come, not from Keith himself, but from a physician. It was not that of a hotel, as she had expected, but of a boarding house of very moderate pretensions in a quiet street. Even the small details of the place, in their cheap commonness, smoothed her heart. Was it in places like this that Keith had, after all, been living, instead of in the well-appointed hotels in which she had already fancied him? The landlady, a kindly, careworn woman, plain of dress and of speech, received Anna with a mournful face, but forbore explanations, seeing that it was time rather for silence, and led her down a long corridor to the door of a dim and silent room. There was a little stir as Anna stood in the open door. The physician came out and spoke to her, and she saw a nurse sitting quietly by a window. But Anna did not know that she saw or heard them. Her sense took in only her husband, with eyes closed and the shadow of death upon his face, lying upon the strange bed in this place of strangers. She was by his side, and his hands were in hers, when presently he opened his eyes. Seeing her, a sudden light of clear recognition illuminated his face, a triumphant ray of joy and satisfaction. He tried to speak, but could not, but Anna felt the faint pressure of his hand. Once more his lips moved, and Anna saw, rather than heard the words, "Goodbye, darling," and with them the same look of ineffable love and peace. Then his eyes closed, and he sank again into unconsciousness. The physician, leaning over, said softly, "He will not rouse again. This was most unexpected. He has been unconscious since morning." The end came soon after midnight, unconsciousness falling into death without pain or struggle. Of the days which followed, Anna could never recall a distinct or coherent impression. Detached scenes and moments alone lived in her memory. She knew that Everett was there, and that they started for Fulham. Somewhere on the way, Professor Ward met them, and Foster, the old family servant. Nothing seemed strange, and nothing seemed natural. All passed to her as in a dream. She was at Fulham. She remembered afterward that she sat in the library which Keith had longed for so, and his body lay beside her, below the mantelpiece where she had so often seen him lean. The old servants, hastily summoned for the occasion, went and came, and looked at her, she thought, with eyes of cold respect and mute reproach. Then Everett stood there, and she saw that tears were on his face as he looked upon his old friend, but she did not cry. Only when Everett turned toward her, she said, very simply, with a motion of her hand, which signified all that the place meant, "Keith gave his life for me." Then Everett had looked at her as if alarmed at what he saw in her face, and had gone out hastily and sent some woman to her whom she did not want. The incidents of the funeral seemed to pass by unnoticed. She remembered the moment at the grave when at last she fully realized that this was the end. Then she was at the Fulham railroad station, and Professor Ward had come to her on the train and had held her hand strongly in his, and had said with urgent emphasis, "You must always remember that Keith's physician and all his old friends believed that his life was prolonged rather than shortened by your living in the South. Do not for a moment dwell on the opposite thought." She had felt her dry lips tremble then, and her eyes grew dim, but she did not speak. The train had moved out soon, and she knew that kind eyes watched her, but she could not meet their look. Of the journey down into the West to her mother that night, she remembered nothing, save that the incessant jar of the train seemed to follow in a rhythmic, endless repetition the familiar refrain of the old passion hymn, "Was ever grief like mine?" End of chapter 36. Recording by Monika, Rolley.
Chapter 37 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Usha from Novi. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. Chapter 37. From the unhappy desire of becoming great, preserve us, gracious Lord and God. Old Moravian Liturgy. There is a time when religion is only felt as a bridle that checks us, and then comes another time when it is a sweet and penetrating life-blood, which sets in motion every fibre of the soul, expands the understanding, gives us the infinite for our horizon, and makes all things clear to us. Lacordaire. On the quiet street of the hill town of Bethlehem stands the quaint and ancient building set apart in the Moravian economy as the widow's house. In the interior of the old stone house, with its massive walls and rows of dormer windows, are wide, low ceiled halls, and sunny, sweet smelling chambers, clean and orderly, chaste and simple as those of a convent. Here, in mild monotony and peace, the women of the widow's choir live their quiet life, and here in September we find Anna Burgess, who had fled to this heaven of her mother's abiding place as to a sanctuary. The evening was warm, and the windows of Guillermo Mallison's room were open to the sunshine and the sweet air. Flowers blossomed in the deep window sills. The bare floor was as white as scrubbing could make it. The appointments of the room were cheerful and refined, albeit homely, and the atmosphere was that of still repose. By the window, Guilelma Mallison sat knitting, her face beneath its widow's cap, calm and strong in its submissive sadness. Opposite her on the sofa lay Anna, each line of her face and figure expressing the suffering of a stricken heart. There had been months of slow, wearisome illness and of grievous mental suffering, in which her days had been a purgatorio and her nights an inferno, and now weeks of convalescence which were bringing life back into her wasted frame, still failed to bring healing to her mind. The mother's fond eyes, glancing unperceived across her knitting, noted the listless droop of the long white hands upon the white dress, the marble like pallor of the forehead from which the hair was so closely drawn, the hollow cheeks, the piteous sadness of the mouth, the glassy brightness of the eyes fixed in the long, still gaze of habitual introspection. Surely, sighed Guilelma Malison to herself, as she had before 100 times, there is more than the bitterness of death in her face. Widowhood alone to the Christian brings not such havoc as this. It is in some place of danger that her thoughts are dwelling. I should fear less for her if she could only speak. But Anna's grief could not find its way to words. How could her mother, in her sober, ordered existence, her decorous and righteous experiences of life and love and death, comprehend what it was to live with shadows of faithlessness, even of blood guiltiness, for perpetual company? For, to Anna's thought, Keith had been driven to his lonely death by the hardness of Gregory, by words which had issued from the white heat of his passion for her, a passion unrebuked by her. Nay, rather shared to the full. Was she then guiltless of her husband's death? Not for a moment could Anna divide herself from Gregory in responsibility for the action which Oliver had characterized as moral murder. Unsparingly, just to herself, she bore to the very limit of reason all the fellowship which was imposed upon her by the mastery of a love so long lived in its unconsciousness and silence so soon cut off, once perceived and acknowledged. It has been said that all great loves that have ever died drop dead. Anna's mighty passion had been stillborn, slain by the words which had sent Keith on his dim way to death. For she had never doubted that Oliver's rehearsal of the scene in the woods between Gregory and Keith had been substantially true. She knew there had been spiritual violence done, and her soul recoiled from the very strength and power which had once enchained her. Something of diabolical pride seemed to her now to invest even the austere morality of Gregory. He would have spurned the yielding to the weakness of the flesh. His moral fastidiousness would have made it impossible. But he fought the fire of love fiercely with the fire of pride, not humbly with the weapons of prayer. No shield of faith nor sword of the Spirit had been his in the hour of temptation, for all his high ideals, but the sheer elemental force of human will. He had conquered, or rather had grappled with, the one passion, but the very force by which he had conquered turned again and conquered him, and his very power became his undoing. Beside this conception of Gregory, which had now taken possession of Anna's mind, Keith's gentleness, his faithful, patient life, above all, the greatness of the silent sacrifice which he had made for her sake when he embarked on the Fraternia adventure, became sacred and heroic. She saw at last what his leaving his normal life had been. She believed, as she had said to Everett, that he had literally given his life for her, and the sense of his devotion, so little understood, so scantily recognized, wore ceaselessly at her heart. Her one drop of balm was the memory of Keith's last smile of triumphant love and faith, the bitterest drop in her cup of trembling that not one last word had been given her to show her by what paths his soul had fared, and whether thoughts of peace had lightened his sufferings. Having loved her, he had loved her to the end. This only she knew. His faithfulness had not failed. Words which her father had spoken to her shortly before his death, vaguely comprehended at the time, haunted her now. With greatness, we have nothing at all to do. Faithfulness only is our part. If only she had earlier discerned their meaning. Such shape did these two men take to Anna now, the one who had molded all her outward life and touched her inner life hitherto so faintly, the other who had mastered her inner innate longing for power and freedom and controlled her inner life for many years. Keith seemed to her now like some spirit of gentle ministration, humble, faithful, undefiled. Gregory like some proud spirit, even as Lucifer, son of the morning, who had said, I will ascend into heaven, but who had been brought down to hell, dragging with him all that was highest and holiest. And she had taught him so different. Like another, her heart would cry out, I thought that he was gentle, being great. O God, that I had loved a smaller man! I should have found in him a greater heart. Once, some weeks earlier, there had come to her a brief note from Gregory, written soon after his return to Fratania. It said only, I have sinned deeply against God, against him, most of all against you. I cannot even venture to ask you to forgive. I can only say to you, the penalty is wholly mine to bear. You are blameless. Having read the note, Anna threw it into the fire and wrote no word in return. And for herself? There was no softness of self pity in Anna's remorse. Dry and tearless and despairing, she saw herself, after long years of spiritual assurance, of established and unquestioned righteousness, overwhelmed at last by sin, not by the delicate and dainty and inconclusive discourse which religious experts love to examine and analyze, but by a gross ground swell of primitive passion linking her with men of violence and women of shame. Looking back upon her girlhood, Anna thought with sad self scorning of her young desire for a deeper sense of sin. It had come now, not as the initial stage in a knowledge of God and of her relation to Him, but as a tardy revelation of the possibility of her nature undreamed of in her long security. The cherished formulas of the old system, its measure of rule and line applied to the incalculable forces of the human spirit, its hard, inflexible mold into which the great tides of personal experience must be poured, seemed to lie in fragments about her now, like wreckage after a storm. She remembered that Professor Ward had once spoken to her of her inherited religious conceptions as terrible in their power to mislead, to deceive the heart as to itself. She saw the danger of a belief founded not on infinite verities, but on a narrow medieval logic. She knew sin at last, and knew that it was not slain in the hour of spiritual awakening. She thought of the night preceding her union with her father's church, and the recoil of nameless dread with which she had seen passing under her window the village outcast whom she supposed to be incredibly guilty and cut off from fellowship with all who, like herself, were seeking God. And it was that very night that she had first dreamed of the mighty personality, the embodiment of power and greatness which she had thought to find in Gregory. Though late, she now clearly perceived that in no human being could that ideal of her dream find full manifestation. Such thoughts as these were passing behind the pale mask of Anna's pain worn face, which her mother's eyes were watching. The impress of suffering which they gave was hard to see, and a long, involuntary sigh escaped Guillermo Malesen's lips. Anna looked up with eyes as sad as those of Michelangelo's fates. Mother dear, she said, her voice strangely dulled from its former clear cadence. Why do you sigh? Do I make you unhappy? I cannot comfort you, Anna Benigna, said the mother sorrowfully. It is for that I sigh. No, Anna said slowly, her eyes falling again from her mother's face. You cannot do that. No one can. No one lives who can comfort your child, mother. I have often thought, Anna, that you may have suffered, the mother ventured almost timidly, as many others have, from the sad mistakes so common to people who regard the Christian life and the married life as ends instead of beginnings. Gulielma noticed a slight quickening of interest in Anna's eyes, and went on thoughtfully with a simple philosophy of life. To read the books that are written and to hear the things that are said, young people can hardly help supposing that when they become Christians they will know no more of sin, and when they are married they will have only joy and perfect union. To my way of thinking, these wrong ideas are responsible for a great deal of needless unhappiness. The Christian life is really a school with hard discipline and harder lessons. As for marriage, well, said Anna, as her mother paused, as to marriage, it may be a crown, said Guilelma slowly, but it is sure to be in some measure a cross. It is a testing, a trial, a discipline like the rest of life. Only whether it happens to be happy or happens to be hard, it is equally to be borne faithfully and in the fear of God. There was silence for a little space, and then a laughing voice in the street outside called, Mrs. Malison. Guilelma rose and stepped to the window, looking out over the crimson and purple asters into the street. A young girl who stood there handed her up a letter. I don't know whether it belongs to Mrs. Burgess or not. The address has been changed so many times, but the postmaster said I was to ask you. Very well, was the answer, and as Gulielma turned back, a letter in her hand, she found Anna sitting up, leaning upon her elbow, her eyes strangely eager. She held out her hand, not speaking, and received the letter. The upper line, which struck her eyes instantly, was her own name, and it had been written by Keith. She could not be mistaken. The mother's anxious eyes saw every trace of color ebb away from Anna's face and lips, and then stream back until the faint flush rose to her forehead. She had not stopped to decipher the many addresses written below, crossed and recrossed by many pens, but seeing her own name written by the dear dead hand, she pressed the letter hard against her heart and so lay a moment silent. Soon she looked up and met her mother's eyes. A wistful, heart-breaking request was in her own, which she hardly dared to speak. May I be all alone, mother? She asked faintly. My letter is from him. It has gone wrong, but it has come to me, you see, at last. In the morning I will see you. I will tell you then all. In another minute, the door quietly closing, Anna found herself alone. Breaking the seal, she saw that the letter had been written 3 days before Keith's death. An error in the original address, doubtless due to his exhaustion, had sent it far astray. The letter said, "My own Anna, I am here in Raleigh, in a comfortable house and with kind people, but I fear that I am very ill, and that the end is now not far away. And I want you as soon as you can come to me. I hope there will be no need of alarming you with a telegram, for I know that you'll start as soon as this reaches you, and that will be in good time. Do not think that this crisis is sudden and unforeseen. The physician in Baltimore told me plainly that I could have but a short time to live, and when I knew that I hastened to reach you as quickly as I might. It was for you only, Anna, in all the world that I longed. I believed that a few weeks of quietness were for us, not harder than we could bear, being together. I think you will know that something turned me back almost at my journey's end. John Gregory is honest, and he will tell you if indeed he knows himself. I do not know now what he said to me. I do not care to remember. Whatever it was, it should have had no weight, being spoken, I know, under some strong excitement, but with it there went that strange, irresistible influence which Gregory exerts over me, and before which I was, or seemed to myself, powerless. I felt his will was for me to go back, not onward to you, and I yielded as if unable to do otherwise. I do not know. I cannot understand. I wish it had not been so, but rather for him than for myself, for I know that in his higher mood the thought of that night must be hateful to him. I want to say now, while I can, that neither you nor he must look upon these events in a way to exaggerate or overemphasize their importance. I can see that you, with your sensitive conscience, and he, with his great moral severity, may judge over hardly. The difference to me has not been great. The end was very near, and is not hastened, and I shall see you yet before it comes. If I had not been weak, I should have kept on my way. It was my weakness that sent me back rather than the outward compulsion. I shall not want to talk of this when I see you, Anna. And so I will write today some things which have come to my mind this winter, for I have come to see many things in a new light. John Gregory loves you. I do not blame him for that, nor wonder. We needs must love the highest when we see it. He is a man of great power and of the highest spiritual ambition. He is far nearer to you in ability than I. He could enter more deeply into your purposes and sympathize in fuller measure with your intellectual life. I believe you could have loved him if you had been free, and that the union of two such natures would have been nobly effective for good. But I found you first, and with my fond dream that a sign was given me, won you for my wife. What then? It fell to my part, although not of my own will, to give your life the shape it has taken. Sometimes I see plainly that I, a poor, pale, colorless fellow, wholly beneath both you and John Gregory, have maimed both your lives, so much stronger and more potential than mine could ever be. And yet, Anna, For all this, I cannot wish the past undone. I claim you wholly, heartily for my own, and whatever the future may hold for you, and however the past has tried you, I believe in your love for me and in the union of our spirits. My heart is at rest. My trust in you is absolute and beyond hurt or harm. And all the joy my life has known has come through you, my true and faithful wife. Never doubt this if you love me and would honor my name. I wish to lay no hint of limitation or direction upon your future. Wherever you go, the dear Lord will go with you, and you will bring peace and consolation. You cannot go astray, nor your work be brought to naught, for God is with you. All that I have is yours without reserve or condition, beyond the few legacies I have named in a letter to my lawyer in Fulham. Use what was ours together freely wherever you will, whether to establish Fraternia or in any line of effort which appeals to you. My keenest regret is that heretofore I have withheld from you what you desired. Forgive me. Those scruples look small and mean to me today. Good night, my Anna, my Benigna, my highest grace and blessing. Do not think of me as left comfortless. I am not alone. The king is at the door, and I hear his voice. He has even come in and will sup with me, and I with him. Let his peace be upon us both. Keith. It was morning. Entering her room, Guillermo Malison found Anna fully dressed, standing in a stream of sunshine with a brighter light than that of the sun upon her face. "Oh, mother!" she cried, stretching out both her hands. "I can live! I can sleep! I can even cry now! Oh, these tears! How they have fallen like rain on a thirsty ground! See, mother! After all, I am young still and strong. Feel my pulse, how full it is this morning, how strong and steady. I am at peace. The peace of God has come to me at last. Keith has comforted me." End of chapter 37. Recording by Usha from Novi. Chapter 38 of A Woman of Yesterday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Usha from Novi. A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason. Chapter 38. Tolerant plains that suffer the sea and the rains and the sun to spread and span like the Catholic man who hath mightily won. God, out of knowledge, and good, out of infinite pain, and sight out of blindness, and purity out of a stain. Sidney Lanier. While we are not to forget that we have fallen, we are not always to carry the mud with us. The slough is behind, but the clean, clearly defined road stretches ahead of us. Skies are clear, and God is beyond. We were made for purity, truth, and fidelity, and the very abhorrence of the opposite of these qualities bears testimony that our aspirations are becoming our attainments. The really noble thing about any man or woman is not freedom from all the stains of the lower life, but the deathless aspirations which forever drive us forward. Better 1,000 times the eager and passionate fleeing to God from a past of faults and weaknesses, with an irresistible longing to rest in the everlasting verities, than the most respectable career which misses this profound impulse. Anon. It was Easter morning in Bethlehem. The stars still shone in the sky, and the little town lay in the hush and stillness which precede the earliest dawn, when suddenly, far off, like a whisper from the sky, the tones of the trumpets could be heard announcing the risen Christ. Down through the quiet streets passed the solemn choir, the trombones blowing their deep breathing melody in full and thrilling power. They stopped for a little space upon the bridge, and as their herald choral swelled and grew and filled the air, lights came out in visible response here and there throughout the sleeping town, and as they passed on down the streets under the starlit sky, groups of men and women joined them in quiet fashion until the procession grew to a great though silent throng. From the widow's house, Guilelma, Malison, and Anna came out and stood together for a moment in the dusk, watching the approaching stream of people as it moved forward in the gloom, and listening to the strains of music which called to their ears, "Rise, heart, thy Lord is risen." Soon the procession had reached their door, and joining it with humble gladness, mother and daughter followed with the rest, greeting their friends and neighbors in simple, heartfelt kindliness. The church was reached, and within it a solemn service was begun, and continued until the brightening of the eastern sky gave token of the sunrise. Then, as with one accord, and with the quietness of dear and familiar custom, the great congregation streamed out into the twilight of the early dawn, and, again forming in procession, moved forward up the winding hill to the cemetery, the choir with the pastor leading the way. It was an early spring, and on the air was the thrill of awakening life. As she stood in the midst of the reverent throng now waiting, as if expectant, in the still churchyard, Anna felt the deep significance of the time as it had never been given her to feel it before. Again the trombones poured forth their deep, yearning music in the ancient Easter hymn, the people singing in full chorus. Amen. Come, Lord Jesus, come, we implore thee. With longing hearts we now are waiting for thee. Come soon, oh come. Then followed in slow rhythmic chant the noble words of the old Moravian liturgy. This is my Lord, who redeemed me, a lost and undone human creature, purchased and gained me from all sin, from death, and from the power of the devil. Not with gold or silver, but with his holy precious blood, and with his innocent suffering and dying, to the end that I should be his own, and in his kingdom live under him, and serve him in eternal righteousness, innocence, and happiness. So as he, being risen from the dead, liveth and reigneth world without end. With awe and joy came back the great volume of the response. This I most certainly believe. Keep us, O Lord, came then the prayer, in everlasting fellowship with those of our brethren who since Easter Day have entered into the joy of their Lord, and with the whole church triumphant, and let us rest together in thy presence from our labors. The sun rose. The quiet God's acre was gilded with its misty beams, and the pale opal tints of the morning clouds reflected its glory. From the whole assembly burst forth the mighty alleluias of the hymn of praise borne up by the deep diapason of the trumpets. The Lord is risen, he is indeed risen. As Anna came out of the churchyard in the sunrise light, the peace of God was in her look, and the victory of the resurrection morning shone in her eyes. Hardly had she reached the street when someone who had stood awaiting her coming put out his hand and greeted her. It was Pierce Everett. "I saw you in the churchyard," he said. "I wish to speak to you now, if I may." Anna welcomed him with quiet gladness, and they walked on together through the street until they were beyond the crowd. Then Anna asked, "Do you come from Fulham?" "Oh no," was the answer. "From Fritania, or from what was Fritania. My home is there now and will be." "I did not know," Anna said simply, not finding it easy to say more. "There is little left there now of the old village or of the old life. Even the name is gone. They call it Gregory's now." "I heard that the land had gone into the hands of the man who held the mortgage." "Yes, it's all gone now, all except the bit of ground that Mr. Gregory's house stands on. The house and land we have kept for our own." "And there you live alone? Are all the others gone?" "Nearly all. Some stay and work in the cotton mill, which has been enlarged, but the cabins are mostly used now by the colored people who work the land and are employed also in the mill." They were silent for a moment, and then Everett said, "We have heard that you are going soon to India. Is it true?" "Yes, I go next month." "As a teacher?" "Yes, partly, but I'm also to be connected with the hospital. You know, that is work which I have always liked, and this is to be a new hospital, bearing my husband's name." Everett was silent, and Anna noted, as she had not before, the profound sadness of his face. Presently he looked at her with undisguised anxiety and asked the question which she had already begun to dread. "Would you be willing to see Mr. Gregory before you go?" A painful change passed over Anna's face. "I cannot," she replied quickly. "It's not necessary. Is he here, Mr. Everett? Did he come with you?" And he noticed that she trembled and lost color. "No," he answered very gently. "Do not be troubled. He is not here. He will not seek to find or follow you. He will never leave Fritania again." Her eyes questioned his face, for it was impossible not to detect some melancholy significance in his words. "Mr. Gregory has received a severe injury," Everett went on, as if in answer to her look. "It was a month ago. He was at work with the lumberman up in the ravine. He was working midway of the river, which was unusually high, and he slipped and fell. Before he could get to his feet, a heavy log, which was carried forward very swiftly by the current, struck him with tremendous force and stunned him. We were near enough to reach him almost immediately, but the blow was on the spine, and it produced instantaneous paralysis. He will never walk again." Swift changes had passed over Anna's face. In a softened voice she said, "How strange! How very terrible! Is he himself in other ways?" "Perfectly. His mind was never clearer nor more active. I think he was never stronger in spirit. His body is a magnificent wreck, that's all." "And he does not wish to leave Fritania?" "No. I think nothing could suit him so well as our little stronghold in the solitude there. He does not mind the changes, even as one would expect. There is no bitterness. He is too large minded for that. He acknowledges himself defeated, but his faith is still strong in his cause. And how about yourself? I'm with him, heart and soul, Everett answered with strong emphasis. Nothing could take me from him now, unless my presence ceased to be acceptable to him. He is, in spite of all that has passed of failure and defeat, my leader, and will be to the end. He is imperfect, being human. Perhaps there are men least in the kingdom of heaven who are greater than he. Nevertheless, he is the bravest man I have ever known, and the most sincere. I would almost add the humblest. So we live on together. He writes, I paint. Barnabas takes care of the house for us, and little Judith gives us the touch of womanhood we need to humanize us. An oddly assorted family, perhaps, but we are satisfied. Anna listened with intense eagerness to every word, and found sincere satisfaction in the simple picture which Everett had thus drawn for her. And you have come to Bethlehem? Anna hesitated, and Everett took up the word quickly. I have come all the way from Fratania to ask you to go back with me and see John Gregory once more. He may live for a number of years, but it is hardly probable that you ever will see him again. He asks this as the greatest kindness you can do him, but he told me to say that if you do not feel that you can go, he will still be perfectly sure that you're doing right. Something in the new note of humility, of submission, in the implied finality of the request, most of all the vision of the strong man in his present helplessness and acknowledged defeat, wrought powerfully upon Anna's resolution. They walked on silently for some moments, and then, turning abruptly to retrace her steps into the town, Anna said, Yes, I will go with you. We'll start tomorrow morning. It was late on Tuesday afternoon when they reached the valley. As they drove past the mill, Anna gave a sudden exclamation of dismay as she caught a passing glimpse of a well remembered figure which she least expected to see again in Fratania. That could not be Oliver Ingraham, she cried, and yet no other man could look like him. It was Oliver himself, said Everett, smiling a little. How can it be? What has happened? To begin with, I should tell you that Mr. Gregory succeeded in paying back, even to the last dollar, Mr. Ingraham's contribution. Anna's face grew brighter. I'm glad, she said. Yes, it was better, I'm sure, but when this was accomplished, a sense of compunction seized him toward Oliver for some fancied harshness in the past. 6 months ago he sent for him to come if he would, and he appeared promptly. Mr. Gregory had conceived the idea that something better could be made of the man under right influences, and he determined to make the attempt. Can you see any change? Asked Anna, still incredulous. It was rather hopeless for a time, only that he, so evidently, for all his former spleen and spite, came to have a regard for Mr. Gregory, himself approaching worship. But when the accident happened up in the woods, and he saw Mr. Gregory helpless as he is now, it seemed to produce an extraordinary change in the fellow. He is softened and humanized in a marvelous degree. He can never be wholesome exactly to ordinary mortals. I sometimes think he is a snake still, but a snake with its poisonous fangs drawn. Yes, Mr. Gregory has made it possible to hope for good even from Oliver. Only a great nature could have made that possible, said Anna musingly. Yes, responded Everett, and only then a great nature which had learned obedience by the things which it suffered. Anna was silent. This action of Gregory's seemed very great to her, so wholly was it in opposition to his deep, instinctive antipathy toward Oliver. This man had seemed to embody in himself the evil forces which had entered Fratania to destroy all of highest hope and purpose with which it had been established. And now Gregory had stooped to lift up, even to draw to himself, the man in all his hideous moral ugliness. Idealist as Anna had ever been, she saw in the nature thus revealed to her, in spite of failures and faults, a more robust virtue, a higher spiritual efficacy than any of which she had known or dreamed. Again, she found herself convicted of a too narrow and partial view of the working of the human spirit in her passionate withdrawal from Gregory in his time of temptation. They had crossed the bridge now, and up the wooded slope Anna saw Barnabas and little Judith standing before the door of Gregory's cabin. With simple and unaffected delight they welcomed her, and then suffered her to enter the house alone. When the door had closed behind her, Barnabas came up quietly and took his place upon the rude steps which his hands had laid, and so sat throughout the interview as one self-stationed to keep guard. The interior of the cabin was as it had always been, with its rude furniture and its one picture, save that a broad and capacious couch covered with leather stood with its head just below the south window. On this couch, with a rug of grey foxskin thrown over his limbs, lay John Gregory, his head and shoulders propped high, his powerful hands lying by his sides with their own expression of enforced idleness. He lifted his head as Anna entered, and leaned forward, raising his right hand in a pathetic salutation of reverence and gratitude. Overcome by the new and more august repose of his face, and by the pathos of his look and gesture, Anna crossed to where Gregory lay, and fell upon her knees by his side, her tears bathing his hand, although this she did not know. For a space neither spoke nor moved. Then, as she rose from her knees, Anna said under her breath, "Life is greater than I thought." "Life is great," returned Gregory, "because we live in God." Then he asked humbly, all the fire of his earlier habit of speech quenched, "Do you then forgive me?" "Yes, I have forgiven you," she said softly. "I could not until, months after my husband's death, a letter came to me from him, which had been lost long in reaching me. It was so noble, so great, so reconciling, that it sufficed for all, even that," she added with unsparing truthfulness. Then, even more gently, "It's altogether from him that I am here today. I could never have seen you again if it had not been for that letter." "Then I owe to him the greatest mercy of my life," said John Gregory solemnly, "and it is fitting that I should. He was a gentler man than I, a better man. I did not rightly appreciate him when he was among us." "He had no noisy virtues," Anna said. I think none of us perceived fully what he was until he was gone. Then, with great delicacy, she told Gregory all that the letter had brought of reconcilement and especially the word to him. He heard it in brooding silence, and his face grew very calm. I wanted you to know, Gregory began after a long pause, that my feeling toward you has not been evil or base or wholly selfish. From the time I first saw that picture, and he pointed to that above the fireplace, you became to me a kind of religion. You stood to me for the absolute purity of my ideal, untainted by self and sin and even sorrow. That picture gave you to me as a virgin soul in the first dawning of a great and noble expectation. It was a picture which a Galahad might have worshipped, but alas, I was no Galahad. I was bringing the picture back to this country, and it happened, although you never knew it, that I crossed on the same ship with you. How could it have been, cried Anna, that I never saw you? I was with my East London people in the other part of the ship, but I used often to see you with your husband and with the many friends who always made a circle about you, and I fancied I saw a change in your look, a change which betokened a gradual dimming of your higher vision, a fading of your ideal. I thought the people about you were changing you to their own likeness in some degree, and the thought haunted and disturbed me more than I had a right to let it. I came to Fulham with the picture which I had promised to return to Everett. When I reached his house late in the evening, his mother received me and told me that he and all the world were at a great reception at your house. She further told me that your husband's mother had confided in her her hopes and her confidence that a new era of social leadership was now before you, and added that you were indeed already quite the fashion in Fulham's aristocratic circle. I had hardly an hour in Fulham, hardly a moment to reflect. I acted on my impulse, and sought you and called you out from your brilliant company. You know what I said. My motive was pure, I think, whether the action were well judged or ill. When I saw you before me in that brief interview, in your loveliness and in the docility which underlay your frank and candid joy, a strange impulse arose in me to gain some spiritual control over you, to have an essential influence over your thinking, and to direct your development and your activity as I believed would be noblest and best. Naturally, I had no opportunity to carry out such an impulse for a long period, but I think it never left me. When I saw you that night in the audience at Burlington, I knew that you would go to Fratania. I determined in my own heart that if it could be right, you should. There was no thought then, or for many months, that anything could arise between us which could impair our faith and duty. Indeed, I never knew myself that it was you who had wholly mastered me rather than I you, until that day on Eagle Rock. When I left Fratania that night, I knew all to the very depth. I understood the blindness and tyranny of my passion, and I left, meaning never to see you again. Benigna, I did not have in my heart to do you wrong, least of all to do wrong to your husband. It was the suddenness of his coming before me and the struggle I was myself undergoing, which threw me at the moment into a kind of still frenzy of evil impulse. Gladly would I have died to atone for it. Now, looking back, I almost think I can see that I was permitted, so far as my individual life was concerned, to reach some climax of pride and passion, that I might be brought low in my humiliation. Perhaps in no other way could I have learned the way of the cross than through seeing the failure of my own strength, in which God knew, I see now, I had taken an unconscious pride. There is nothing left of it. No drop of the wormwood and gall has gone untasted. But I believe solemnly today in the forgiveness of sins and rest in a good hope of salvation through our Master Christ. Again, silence came between them, a silence which was full of peace. And then, with something of his old abruptness, Gregory said, "And now you will tell me about your going to India. You're glad to go? So much I understand." "Yes," Anna replied. "It is a great fulfillment. I have lived a whole round of life since I first felt the call to this service, and now I come back to it with a purpose and conviction even deeper than those which first inspired me." Then the larger hopes of final destiny do not, in the end, weaken the missionary motive, you think? Oh no, that fear belonged only to the time of transition. The message I have now is a far mightier and more imperative one than I had at first. I know something now of the reality of sin and its terrible fellowship, and at least far more than in those old days, both of law and of love. I have learned also a greater reverence for man as well as for God. Yes, he said quietly, it is true. You have been in training for your work. I am gladder than I can tell you, continued Anna, that I was withheld from going out on such a mission with a hard and narrow message, which was all I had then to give. It was you, Mr. Gregory, who opened to me the great truth of the unity of the race. You who taught me to see that redemption is the moment of the whole to save the part. I share the burden of sin and suffering with all my fellow men, and I simply seek to lift that burden so far as I may where it presses most sorely. Can there be any doubt that this is where Christ is not known? Among pagan nations. John Gregory thought for a moment before he replied. I believe you are right, he said finally. The needs there are grosser than here, and they are actual and intolerable, inherent in the system, not artificial. You have the gift of high ministry. You used it without stint for our people here in Fratania, but the issues were inadequate to your powers, for the conditions were, after all, abnormal, being produced voluntarily rather than by necessity. Then do you feel, Mr. Gregory, that the message of brotherhood, of equality, cannot be spread by such means as we tried in Fratania? Anna asked timidly, and yet without fear. I believe that such isolated social experiments, for many years at least, will be, as ours has been, premature and ineffective. They are symptoms rather than formative agencies. They have significance as such, but are otherwise unproductive. I have not learned this lesson easily, he added, with a faint return of his rare smile, and the swift, strong gesture with which he had always been wont to dash the hair from his forehead. Anna knew without words that in the fall of Fratania his dearest hopes, his most cherished plans, and highest pledges had fallen too. It was not necessary to open the old wound that she should know his pain. There are more steps between the clear perception of a condition and application of remedial measures than I supposed before I started our colony here. I was in a hurry, but God seems to have plenty of time. There must be years, generations, Perhaps I sometimes fear it. Centuries still of education and training before men understood that they are not created oppressors by the grace of God, nor oppressed by the will of God. I read this the other day, he continued, taking a book from the table beside him. It will show you what I mean. When a man feels in himself the upheaval of a new moral fact, he sees plainly enough that that fact cannot come into the actual world all at once, not without first a destruction of the existing order of society, such a destruction as makes him feel satanic, then an intellectual revolution, and lastly only a new order embodying the new impulse. That is good, he commented, laying the book down. But what is said there in a few sentences may in actual fulfillment require several centuries. It's hard to wait, said Anna. Yes, it is hard, Gregory repeated, his eyes resting on her face with that sympathetic response to her thought which she was startled to find could still stir the old warm tremor in her heart. But I can wait, can't you? You can, if you believe, as we are bound to believe, in a divine event toward which the whole creation moves. I believe, I thank God also that unworthy and powerless as I am in this marred soul and destroyed body of me, I can still hope, still work, still greet the unseen and expect the impossible. They talked long, and Anna rose at last to go. Oh, you will be leaving now? John Gregory cried, as if he had forgotten that she did not belong to Fratania. Yes, Anna said gently. I am to return to Spalding in an hour for the night, and I start home from there in the morning. Yes, he said, that is right, you must go. But with the thought, all color left his face, and his breath came hard and fast. She saw the physical change in him then. She had hardly seen it before. Can I help you? Can I bring you anything you need? She asked quickly. He pointed to a glass on the mantel and said, smiling faintly, it is so new to make others wait on me. It is not quite easy to lie here and submit to be served, even by you, Benigna. As she brought him the glass, the simple act of service bore with it a peculiar power of suggestion and produced upon Anna herself an effect far beyond its apparent importance. For, as she thus served Gregory in his helplessness, a wave of yearning compassion and pure womanly tenderness broke over her heart. He would lie here for years, perhaps prostrate, defeated, suffering, and she, who had so loved him, would go her way and leave him alone and uncomforted. Could it be right? Before the imperious power of this question, all other motives lost their significance. Gregory had recovered from the sharpest effect of his agitation and raised his eyes again, full of patient and quiet sorrow. Tell me, she cried low and breathlessly, shall I stay? I said I wished only to go where was most need of me. Is it here? Oh, I trust you wholly now, John Gregory. If you need my service, I will serve you while we both live. Then, as they faced each other with looks of solemn question, Anna saw into the depth of the man's strong spirit, and she was prepared for what would follow. That might have been, he said very slowly, and as if he were pronouncing his own doom, even that unspeakable joy. But I myself, my child, made it impossible. Do you no longer see the great gulf fixed between you and me? He was holding both her hands now, and his own were firm and steady, but his face reflected the stern agony of the moment, while that of Anna was white as death. A throbbing silence filled the room, and all the air seemed to vibrate with the fierce pulsations of their hearts, for in both the cry arose that their punishment, self inflicted, was greater than they could bear. Then calmness fell, for as with one consent their eyes met again, and each perceived the light of a final spiritual conquest and the shadow of an ultimate renunciation. Again, as once before, John Gregory said, "It is the end." And thus, most quietly, they parted. It was evening when Anna left Fratania. As the road entered the woods where the valley widened to the plain, she turned and caught a last glimpse of the solitary light which shone from the lowly house on the river's farther side. Through all the years and changes which remained to her, never did Anna lose the vision of that light shining apart in the high valley. But John Gregory she never saw again. End of chapter 38. Recording by Usha from Novi. End of A Woman of Yesterday by Caroline Atwater Mason.